The heavens themselves paused for you. The hosts of light did not look away when your heart was breaking in silence. The angels leaned in closer, stunned that you carried so much weight and yet still refused to collapse. They saw the fire that pressed against you, and they were astonished by the way you endured. You may have felt invisible, but you were never hidden from heaven's gaze. Every tear you shed in secret was recorded. Every sigh in the midnight hour was heard. While people judged you by your weakness, angels saw the divine strength pulsing through you. That is why they were shocked. Not because you fell, but because in your lowest places, you kept rising again. Heaven has seen kings fall, leaders abandon their posts, and warriors retreat from the battlefield. But you, chosen one, you still stand. You thought your struggle was wasted, that your scars were a mark of failure, but the angels knew better. They understood that scars are proof of battles survived, evidence that you carried more than most, and yet were not destroyed. Your life is not a random sequence of suffering, it is a story being written by divine hands. Do you know why hell has pursued you so relentlessly? Because your light terrifies the darkness. Your existence threatens everything the enemy has built. If you were ordinary, you would not have been targeted. If you were common, the attacks would not be so brutal. The very warfare you faced is the confirmation of your calling, and while you wrestled with despair, heaven sent whispers of strength. The angels were commanded to surround you, to carry what you could not, and still they marveled at the resilience you showed when you did not even know they were there. You became the living testimony that strength is made perfect in weakness. Even when you questioned your worth, heaven already declared it. Your worth was sealed before your first breath. Your calling etched in eternity long before your struggles began. You are different, not because you asked for it, but because heaven assigned it to you, as it is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 147, verse 3. He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. These words capture what the angels saw in you, that though you carried wounds in silence, heaven's hand was binding you, keeping you alive when despair tried to bury you. Chosen one. Your endurance has shaken the unseen realm. What should have destroyed you only revealed your strength. What should have silenced you only sharpened your voice. What should have broken you only built your authority. Heaven looked at your battle and saw not just survival, but preparation for glory. This is your awakening. Do not minimize what you have endured. Do not apologize for the weight you carry. The fire you walked through was not punishment, it was refinement. Gold must be pressed, diamonds must be cut, and chosen ones must be tested. That is why your journey has been harder, lonelier, and more painful than most. It is not evidence of rejection, it is the signature of divine selection. You may not see yourself as strong, but heaven does. You may not see yourself as victorious, but the angels do. They marvel at your persistence, your prayers, your hidden obedience. What you endured is a testimony that will shake nations, because people will recognize the weight of glory on you when you speak, when you move, when you simply stand. Now, here is the challenge. You cannot remain silent. You cannot keep hiding. The same heavens that paused for you now call you to rise. This message reached you not by accident, but by divine timing. The choice is yours to continue in shadows, or to step into the light of your calling. If this word resonates with you, then let this moment be sealed. Like this message, share it, so another chosen one may awaken. And subscribe, so you do not miss what heaven will speak next. And as a prophetic act of agreement, type the number 777 inches, the comments. 7 is heaven's number of completion. And you declare by writing it that your season of hidden suffering is closing, and a new season of revealed glory has begun. You were seen. You were chosen. And what the angels saw in your struggle has become your crown. Do not let the enemy trick you into silence any longer. Your voice is needed in this hour. When you rise, others will rise with you. When you testify, chains will break for those still trapped in their prisons of despair. The angels did not marvel simply because you endured. They marveled because your endurance is about to ignite others. The strength they saw in you was never meant for you alone. It was meant to become light for those still stumbling in the dark. Every valley you walk through has now become authority. You will not just comfort others with sympathy, but with fire-tested truth. And truth that is tested carries weight in the spirit realm. Chosen one. The heavens are watching. The same angels who saw you fight in secret are now waiting to see you shine in public. Your story is no longer just about survival. It is about manifestation. Do not hold back. Every scar is a sermon. Every tear is a prophecy. Every survival is a testimony that darkness could not erase your destiny. This is why you are still here. Because there is more. Because your crown has not yet been placed. But it is prepared. Because your story is not finished. But it is unfolding. And heaven is not silent about you. Heaven is echoing your name across realms. You are chosen. You are marked. You are rising. The pause of heaven was not the end. It was the announcement of a beginning. Now step forward. For the angels are watching your next move. Your struggle shocked them. Your rising will inspire them. Chosen one. Before the first thread of time was woven, you were already marked. Long before your hands ever touched this world, heaven had already declared purpose over your name. Your struggles did not create your identity, they only revealed it. The truth is that you were chosen before you even knew how to breathe. That knowledge is what astonishes the angels, because they see the depth of what was spoken over you before you ever began to live it out. The mark of heaven is older than your mistakes. It is older than your fears. It is older than the wounds that you now carry. When the angels look at you, they see the eternal design that predates your failures. They marvel that, despite the storms and the wounds, that design has not been erased. It cannot be erased. No amount of suffering, no betrayal, no rejection can undo what God decided in eternity. That is why you always felt different. It is why you walked into rooms and felt out of place. It is why you could not celebrate sin the way others did. Why you could not stay comfortable in compromise. Something inside of you resisted, because something greater had already been placed within you. The angels understood this from the beginning. They saw you struggling to fit into patterns you were never made for. And they marveled. You were set apart from your earliest moments. And that separation is not punishment. It is the signature of destiny. The mark that rests on you is heavy. And that heaviness has been misunderstood. People may have looked at your intensity and thought you were strange. They may have dismissed your depth and mocked your seriousness. But heaven never mocked you. Heaven never belittled what was inside of you. Heaven understood that the mark of purpose always feels heavy at first. Because it carries the weight of generations, some of the battles you fought were never about you. They were about the ones who would come after you. The angels knew this even when you didn't. They saw the invisible chains that tried to pass through family lines, through cycles of pain and addiction and despair. They saw how darkness tried to mark you with generational curses, and yet heaven's mark was stronger. That is why the warfare was intense. It was never simply about destroying you. It was about silencing the generations your life will free. Even in your childhood, there were signs. You sensed things others didn't. You carried burdens you couldn't explain. Sometimes it felt unfair that you had to be so aware, so awake, so burdened. But the angels saw it differently. They marveled at how God trusted you with awareness even as a child. They knew that sensitivity was not weakness, but evidence of your calling. You were carrying discernment before you even had language for it. As it is written in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 1, verse 5, "Before I formed you, in the womb I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations." These words are not distant history. They echo as your reality. They are the eternal explanation for why you could never blend in, for why your path was always harder, and for why heaven placed its seal upon you. You must understand, chosen one, that this seal is not temporary. It does not fade when you stumble. It does not vanish when you fall. It does not disappear because of rejection. What is marked in eternity remains marked. That is why the angels are astonished, not that you were chosen, but that even in weakness, the mark shines through you. They marvel that God entrusted so much glory into a fragile human vessel, and still that glory remains intact. Your struggle with identity has been the fiercest battlefield. Darkness knew that if you ever truly believed what heaven already declared, you would become unstoppable. That is why the lies came early. That is why voices tried to break your confidence, to convince you that you were unworthy. But heaven's mark has spoken louder than every lie, and the angels have stood witness to your fight to believe, watching as your spirit wrestled against deception. The mark has always carried isolation. You found yourself set apart, and at times you mistook that for abandonment. But abandonment and separation are not the same. Abandonment is rejection, separation is refinement. You were never cast aside, only set apart for something higher. The angels marveled at how you misread the silence, and yet still pressed on. They knew heaven was shaping you in hidden places for what would later be revealed in open spaces. Chosen one, your life has been proof that destiny is not fragile. It cannot be stolen, only resisted. But even resistance cannot hold it forever. Heaven's timing always breaks through, and the angels who saw you stumble in shadows now see you rising into the light of realization. You were marked from the beginning, and nothing in hell can rewrite that truth. The fire you walked through only clarified your identity. The rejection you endured only deepened your awareness. The betrayals you survived only pressed the oil of anointing from your soul. All of it was part of shaping what heaven had already decided. You are not a mistake trying to find meaning. You are a chosen one, stepping into recognition of what has always been true. And now, as you read these words, heaven leans closer once more. The angels are not shocked that you were chosen. They are in awe of how you are awakening to that truth. They marvel at the strength of God that carried you to this moment. and they wait to see how you will walk into what was written about you long before time began. You are marked. You are set apart. You are not ordinary, not replaceable, not forgotten. You are chosen, and heaven has always known your name. Chosen one. The struggles you fought in silence revealed more about you than victories ever could. While the world applauds achievements, heaven watched your nights of wrestling, your mornings of exhaustion, your afternoons of quiet despair. The angels stood in awe because your true strength was not displayed in public moments of triumph, but in hidden battles no one else could see. You have carried battles inside your mind that no one else could understand. Others thought you were fine because you smiled. They thought you were strong because you kept moving. But heaven knew the truth. The angels saw how you held on by threads, how you whispered prayers no one else could hear, and how you faced darkness without applause, without recognition, without understanding from those around you. This is what shocked them, not the victory itself, but the endurance that birthed it. They saw you in moments where quitting seemed easier. They saw you in places where compromise promised comfort. Yet you pressed forward, not because you had clarity, but because something deeper anchored you. That anchor was heaven's mark, and that mark refused to let you drown. As it is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 42, verse 29, He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. The angels saw this truth alive in you. They marveled as God's strength filled your weakness, as divine power sustained you when your own ran out. Every hidden battle has become oil upon you. Every unseen struggle has become authority in the spirit realm. What people never saw, heaven recorded. And those records are not simply history, they are credentials. They are why your words will carry weight, why your presence will shift atmospheres, why your story will liberate others who are fighting in silence. Do not despise the private wars. Do not despise the nights no one noticed. Those were the moments heaven paid closest attention. Those were the moments that trained you to wield authority. Your hidden struggles are the very reasons you will now walk in visible victory. Chosen one. Heaven is not calling you to hide anymore. What you survived in silence must now become testimony in light. And to seal this moment, I invite you to comment these words, glory over pain. Write it below as a declaration, not just for yourself, but for every angel that stood witness to your struggle. When you type those 3 words, you are telling both heaven and hell that pain is not the last chapter of your life. Glory is. You declare that every scar, every tear, every silent night has been transformed into a crown of light that no darkness can steal. The angels who were shocked at your endurance will now rejoice at your awakening. You are stepping into the power forged in private wars, and the world will see what heaven already knows. You are chosen, and you cannot be hidden any longer. But let me show you why this declaration, glory over pain, is not just symbolic, it is prophetic. Every chosen one must decide what will define them, the pain they endured, or the glory they carry. Pain was part of your shaping, but it was never meant to become your identity. Glory is the crown placed upon you because you survived the shaping. Pain teaches, but glory transforms. Pain sharpens awareness, but glory gives purpose. Pain makes you cry out for mercy, but glory makes you stand in authority. The angels marvel because they saw the transition in you. They saw pain try to bury you, and they saw glory rise from the same ashes. That is why heaven paused. Understand this clearly. Your scars are not evidence of defeat. They are evidence of endurance. When people see scars, they often see weakness. But in the spirit realm, scars are royal marks. They are seals that testify. This one has survived what should have destroyed them. The angels looked at your scars and did not see shame. They saw proof that God's strength held you when yours was gone. And this is the reason your voice will carry authority. Anyone can speak from theory. Anyone can speak from knowledge. But when you speak from scars, from lived battles, from nights where only God kept you alive, your words cut deeper. That is why others will listen when you rise. They won't just hear words, they will feel weight. Chosen one. Glory over pain means you no longer apologize for your journey. You no longer minimize what you endured. Instead, you embrace it. Because you see what heaven saw all along. Your suffering was never wasted. Every hour in silence was recorded. Every tear was collected. Every whispered prayer became part of the oil that now drips from your life. The angels were shocked at your endurance, because endurance without recognition is rare. Many fight when others applaud them, but few keep fighting when no one sees. You did. That hidden strength is what separates the chosen from the ordinary. Heaven knew it. And now it is time for you to know it as well. So when you write, glory over pain, it is not just a phrase, it is a verdict. You are declaring the sentence over your life. Pain does not hold the final word. Glory does. What once tried to bury you will now testify of your rising. What once marked you with sorrow will now announce your authority. And hear me, the angels are still watching. They are not shocked anymore by your endurance. Now they stand in awe of your transformation. They marvel at the moment you recognize who you are. The moment you stop apologizing for your scars, the moment you step into the crown that has been waiting for you, your life is now a sermon written by heaven itself. Every chapter carries testimony. Every scar carries weight. Every rising carries glory. This is what it means to be chosen. Not that you avoided struggle, but that you turned struggle into fire, and fire into light. Chosen one. Darkness has pursued you with relentless fury. The attacks against your life have not been random. The storms you have faced were not accidents or coincidences. They were targeted strikes against your destiny. The enemy saw the mark of heaven on you long before you understood it yourself. And that mark made you a threat, where others walked untouched. You felt the intensity of battles, where others enjoyed peace. You found yourself wrestling with unexplainable resistance. The angels watched as hell unleashed weapons designed specifically for you. Not generic storms, but tailor-made snares aimed at your weakness, your fears, your hidden wounds. And yet, the astonishment of heaven is that you remain. You are still breathing. You are still standing. You are still here. Even though the enemy expected your story to end years ago, that survival alone is evidence that God has preserved you. The kingdom of darkness has always hated what heaven marked. From the moment light was placed inside of you, the enemy began strategizing. He tried to bury you under shame. He tried to silence you with rejection. He tried to chain you with fear. But every attempt has failed. The angels saw it. They watched as lies were whispered into your mind, and still you rose. They witnessed betrayal cut deep into your soul. Yet forgiveness emerged from your lips. This is why they marvel, because every weapon that should have worked did not succeed. As it is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 54, verse 17, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." This is not just a verse for memory, it is the reality the angels have seen unfold in your life. Weapons were formed, but they did not finish you. Accusations were spoken, but they did not define you. Chosen one. Understand this: the more relentless the attack, the greater the proof of your calling. The enemy does not waste resources on what is insignificant. He targets the chosen, the marked, the dangerous ones. His fury is confirmation of your value. The angels understood this from the beginning, but they marveled at how you kept walking, even when you could not see the truth yourself. Look closely at your journey. Every time you were pushed down, you rose again. Every season where you thought it was over, somehow strength returned. The enemy was not shocked that he attacked you. He was shocked that you survived, and heaven rejoiced, because your endurance became a weapon against the very darkness that sought to consume you. Your existence terrifies hell because your light cannot be quenched. Even in your weakest state, there was still a glow the darkness could not extinguish. The angels saw this glow flickering like a fragile flame, yet it endured storms and winds that should have snuffed it out. That is why they marveled, because the resilience of your spirit was greater than the fury of hell. Chosen one. Never again believe the lie that your struggle was meaningless. Every battle was evidence of your worth. Every attack confirmed your calling. Every storm testified of your anointing. Hell does not waste fury on those who carry nothing. It chased you because you carry everything, and yet, through it all, God's hand has preserved you. That is what the angels saw. They were astonished, not simply by your endurance, but by God's faithfulness wrapped around your fragile humanity. They saw mercy intervene when judgment was near. They saw grace shield you when your choices opened doors to pain. They saw love hold you when despair tried to drown you. You may not have noticed it at the time, but heaven did. The relentless pursuit of darkness was meant to make you doubt who you are. But in reality, it has revealed who you are. The pressure has clarified your purpose. The storms have carved out your strength. The enemy's obsession with destroying you has only made your chosenness undeniable. Chosen one. This is the mystery. The angels marvel at that. God chose fragile vessels to carry eternal light, that he trusted weak frames to house unshakable authority, that he allowed ordinary lives to reveal extraordinary glory. And you are one of those vessels. You are the living proof that light shines brightest when darkness rages hardest. Your story has never been about random suffering. It has always been about divine survival. The angels did not merely watch, they rejoiced as every plan of hell fell apart against you. They stood amazed as you walked through fire and emerged with authority that only fire can create. You are still here. That is not an accident. That is a declaration. Every breath you take is proof that the weapons failed. Every step you take is evidence that the darkness miscalculated. Every moment you live is testimony that you are chosen, preserved, and unstoppable. So let the enemy know, his relentless pursuit did not break you, it built you. His attacks did not end you, they revealed you. His fury did not silence you, it refined your voice. And the angels, who saw every detail of the battle, now marvel at the chosen one who stands victorious. carrying scars as crowns and tears as oil. You are not simply a survivor, you are a sign. Your life is evidence that light cannot be extinguished. Even when surrounded by darkness, the angels saw it. And now the world will too. Every battle you endured has carved a deeper authority into your spirit. Others may see weakness, but heaven sees a warrior tested by fire. Authority is not learned in classrooms. It is forged in the storms you survived. Do not underestimate the testimony you now carry. The same hell that tried to end you will tremble when you speak. The very struggles that shocked the angels will become the fuel for breakthroughs in others. Your journey is not over. The relentless pursuit only confirmed one thing: you were always chosen. Chosen one. You terrify hell itself. That is the simple truth. The fact that you are still standing is not just survival, it is defiance against darkness. Your presence is a disruption to the plans of the enemy. When you enter a room, the atmosphere shifts, because the light you carry cannot be ignored. The angels saw this with their own eyes. They marveled at how your resilience shook the kingdom of darkness. Every time you rose after being struck down, every time you smiled after being betrayed, every time you prayed when your heart was breaking, you sent tremors into hell's territory. What you thought was weakness was actually your greatest weapon. What you thought was insignificance was actually authority. Think of it this way: a candle in the middle of sunlight does not stand out. But place that same candle in the pitch black of night, and suddenly it becomes a guide, a hope, a fire that darkness cannot extinguish. That is you. Your life is not ordinary. It is the candle God chose to place in a world that desperately needed light. The enemy has tried again and again to snuff out that flame. He threw storms, betrayals, loneliness, financial hardship, rejection, and despair at you. He hoped the winds would crush your fire. Yet the angels saw, with astonishment, that instead of extinguishing you, the storms only made your flame burn brighter. That is why hell trembles. It knows your light is not fragile, it is unstoppable. As it is written in the Gospel of John, chapter 1, verse 5, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." This is the truth that your very existence declares. You are the living evidence of this verse. Chosen one. Your endurance is not small. Your presence is not unnoticed. You have been underestimated by people and pursued by darkness precisely because you are carrying more than most. Heaven has invested something into you that no storm can erase. And yet, here is the mystery. Even as the angels marvel at your resilience, you still doubt your worth. You still question whether you matter. You still wrestle with thoughts of insignificance. But listen carefully, the fact that hell has spent so much energy trying to destroy you is proof of your importance. The enemy only fears what carries power. You do. Now let me speak to your heart gently. This message reaching you is part of heaven's way of saying, you are not alone. You are not overlooked. And you are not walking this road without support. Just as angels have walked beside you unseen, there are people who are meant to walk with you in this season. This is why I pause here to ask you something, not as a demand, not as a condition, but as an invitation. If these words are pouring light into your spirit, consider supporting this space. Think of it like tending to a flame. A candle can keep burning, but when someone shields it, nurtures it, or adds oil to the lamp, the flame can shine even brighter and last even longer. when you choose to like, when you choose to share, when you choose to subscribe. You are not simply tapping a button, you are lifting a torch and passing it down the road. So, another weary traveler can see their way through the night. And if your heart feels stirred to add oil to this flame through giving, donating, sowing, remember this: your gift is not a transaction. It is rain poured onto dry soil. From one drop, a river can begin. From one seed, a forest can grow. From one act of generosity, hope can bloom in someone's wilderness. This is not about pressure, it is about partnership. You already know what it feels like to carry burdens alone. You already know how hard it is to fight in silence. But when you choose to give, you are saying, I want this light to keep shining for others. It is not an obligation. It is a seed you plant into eternity. Think of a garden. One seed may look small in your hand, almost insignificant. But once planted, it multiplies. It becomes fruit that feeds more than one. In the same way, your act of generosity, even if unnoticed by others, becomes part of a harvest you may never fully see. Someone across the world, broken and in despair, may find hope because you decided to add oil to the lamp. The angels saw your endurance, and they marveled. Now heaven also sees your generosity, and it records it. What you give is not lost. It becomes light in another's darkness. And that is how chosen ones build the kingdom, not by force, but by love, by free choice, by planting seeds that echo into eternity. So, yes, like this message, share it, subscribe if you have not because you are forced, but because you are free. And if you feel led, add oil to the lamp, donate, give. Sow into this work, not as payment, but as participation in what heaven is already doing. You are not funding a voice, you are fueling a flame. And the flame is not mine alone. It belongs to every chosen one who needs to hear that their struggle has meaning, that their scars have value, that their survival has glory. When you give, you are helping the message reach them. You are ensuring that the angels who saw their pain will also rejoice in their rising. The truth is this: light is meant to spread. A single candle can start a chain reaction until a room, a city, even a nation is lit. But the first flame must be protected. And that is where you come in. Chosen one. Your very life already terrifies hell. But when you add to the flame through liking, sharing, subscribing, and giving, you multiply the terror. You declare that not only will you shine, but you will help others shine too. That is how hell loses. When chosen ones unite, nurture each other's flames, and refuse to let the darkness win. So let your heart decide. Do not give because you feel pressured. Do not support because you feel forced. Do it only if the spirit inside you stirs you. Because true giving, like true endurance, must come from the heart. And when it does, heaven takes notice. You terrify hell already. Imagine what will happen when your flame joins with others, and together the night is turned into day. The angels will marvel yet again, because what they saw in your struggle will now multiply into victory for many. Chosen one. The angels whispered hope into the nights you thought would break you. They were there when silence felt suffocating, when prayers seemed unanswered, when the weight on your chest made every breath a battle. Heaven did not abandon you in those moments. It leaned in closer. What you saw as emptiness was actually God surrounding you with whispers, too soft for your ears, but loud enough to keep your soul alive. When despair tried to drown you, whispers of strength came. When you felt forgotten, unseen words of love wrapped around you. The angels marveled because, even when you could not hear clearly, you still moved forward. They saw you choose to rise again, guided not by certainty, but by fragile hope. And that fragile hope was enough to shake the unseen realm. Hope is like a seed pressed deep into dark soil. To the eye, it looks buried, forgotten, even dead. But in heaven's view, the burial is the beginning of life. Your hope was never gone. It was hidden, waiting for its moment to break the surface. The angels saw that seed of hope inside you, and they marveled that it never withered, as it is written in the book of Romans, chapter 15, verse 13. May the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you trust in him, so that you may overflow with hope by the power of the Holy Spirit. These ancient words echo what the angels already witnessed, that hope was not something you produced on your own, but something heaven planted and preserved inside you. Your nights of questioning were not wasted. They became the soil in which divine whispers took root. That is why you are still here. The angels saw you face nights that could have ended your story. Yet they also saw heaven sow hope into you. Hope that blossomed quietly until it became strength. And though people misunderstood your silence, heaven knew. People thought your quietness was weakness, but the angels knew it was survival. Every sigh was a prayer. Every tear was intercession. Every moment you chose not to quit was louder than 1,000 songs of worship. The whispers of heaven never left you. They guided your steps when you had no map. They kept you from falling off the edge when despair pushed hard. They reminded you that even if you felt abandoned, you were never alone. The angels knew this truth, and they stood in awe of your ability to keep going without hearing the full symphony, only holding on to faint whispers. Chosen one, it is time for you to recognize what heaven already knows. Your hope is indestructible. You may think it has been shattered, but it has only been buried, and buried seeds do not die. They grow. That is why you still rise after every fall. That is why you still breathe, even after storms. Hope has been carrying you, and heaven has been sustaining you. Do not underestimate the whispers. One whisper of God outweighs 1,000 shouts of the enemy. One breath of heaven sustains more than all the lies of hell combined. The angels marveled because they knew that the smallest whisper of hope in your heart was louder in the spirit realm than the loudest roar of despair. So hear this clearly. Your hope has not failed you. It has shocked the angels. They expected you to crumble under silence. But instead, you grew. You carried whispers like treasures, and those treasures became your strength. That strength now radiates as testimony, proof that you are not just surviving, you are chosen to be a messenger of hope to others who are drowning in silence. Chosen one, if this truth stirs something deep inside you, I want you to make a prophetic declaration. Comment the number 555 right now. Why 555? Because in the rhythm of heaven, this number represents grace multiplied, a divine transition into new chapters, and the release of freedom from the old. By writing it, you are not typing digits on a screen, you are engraving a truth into your spirit, that your future is no longer chained to despair, but opened into grace. liberty, and divine movement. When you write 555, you are agreeing with heaven's perspective. You are declaring that though you faced silence, you were never abandoned. You are testifying to the angels who marveled at your survival that you now understand their wonder. You are still standing because hope never left you. Your comment is not just a number, it is an act of remembrance. It is you saying, "I choose to recognize the whispers that carried me." It is you turning survival into testimony, silence into song, despair into glory. And heaven sees, heaven records, heaven rejoices. The angels who once whispered to sustain you now rejoice because you are rising with the fullness of understanding that you were never forsaken, that hope never died, that your story has always been held by God's hand. Chosen one, your survival shocked the angels. Your recognition of hope will shake nations. Grace does not come because you earned it. Grace comes because you were chosen. The number 555 is heaven's reminder that every ending is truly a beginning and that your life is stepping into a new season. The angels marvel not just at what you endured, but at what is about to unfold from here. Think of a seed cracking open in the soil. To the untrained eye, it looks like destruction, but to heaven, it is transformation. That is what this moment is for you. The cracks in your life were never death, they were birth. When you declare 555, you are saying yes to transition, yes to growth, yes to the new. And heaven is waiting to walk with you into the chapter that your pain has prepared you to write. Chosen one. The scars you carry are not just marks of pain, they are testimonies that the angels themselves have marveled at. Each line etched into your soul tells a story, not of defeat, but of survival. They do not reveal shame, they reveal strength. What you thought was the evidence of brokenness has become proof of endurance. The angels saw how each scar was formed. They were present in the moments when betrayal cut deep, when rejection left wounds, when failure pierced you like a blade. They saw the tears that carved rivers down your face, the silent cries no one heard, the nights when your body shook under the weight of grief. And yet, what astonished them most was not the wound itself. It was that you healed. You stood again. You kept going when others would have stopped. As it is written in the book of Psalm, chapter 34, verse 18, "The Lord is close to the broken-hearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." The angels saw this scripture come alive in you. They saw heaven draw close when your heart was shattered, saw God's hand lift you when despair tried to pull you under. A scar is proof that healing has taken place. It means the wound no longer bleeds. It means the pain no longer holds you captive. The angels were astonished that your heart, though pierced many times, kept mending. They knew each scar was not weakness, but authority. Each scar became a key that would one day unlock doors for others walking the same path. Think of a warrior. His body may be marked by battles, but those marks do not diminish him. They distinguish him. They are symbols of victories survived. They are reminders that he has faced enemies and lived to tell the story. You are that warrior. Your scars are not stains on your destiny. They are crowns placed upon your endurance. The world often tells us to hide our scars, to cover them up, to pretend they never happened. But the angels know differently. They know scars are glory disguised. They watched you try to hide your wounds, to pretend everything was fine. And still they marveled, because heaven was not ashamed of your scars. Heaven honored them. Heaven saw them as proof that you were still alive, still chosen, still walking. Your scars speak a language the world may not understand. They declare, I survived. They proclaim, I am still here. They whisper, what tried to kill me did not succeed. And that language terrifies hell, because scars are proof of failed weapons, proof of battles lost by the enemy. Your very survival is a sermon the darkness cannot silence. Chosen one, reflect for a moment on what you carry. Every scar is a story. Some were written by betrayal, others by grief, others by loneliness. And yet, none of them are wasted. The angels saw every chapter, and they marveled because each scar, though painful, became part of the masterpiece God was writing through you. Do not despise your scars. They are not ugly. They are sacred. They are the ink with which your destiny has been written. They are evidence that you are more resilient than you ever believed. The angels know it. Heaven knows it. And soon the world will know it too. Your scars will become doors of ministry. They will allow others to trust your voice. Because you do not speak from theory, you speak from survival. When someone broken crosses your path, they will see themselves in your scars and believe healing is possible. That is why the angels marvel. They know your scars are not just for you. They are for the multitudes who will draw strength from your story. Chosen one. The angels have seen many fall. They have seen countless give up when wounds became too deep. But you stood back up. That is why your scars are shocking to them. They reveal not just your endurance, but God's faithfulness. Every scar whispers of a God who never let go, of a grace that never ran dry, of a mercy that never abandoned you. The scars of Christ are the greatest testimony in heaven. They do not diminish his glory, they magnify it. They remind all creation of the victory of the cross. And just as his scars became eternal proof of triumph, your scars are echoes of that same victory. The angels marvel because they recognize the reflection in you. They see the pattern of their King. Chosen one. Scars are sacred reminders. They say, yes, you bled, but you healed. Yes, you were pierced. But you survived. Yes, you were crushed, but you rose. They do not erase the past, but they redefine it. What was once shame becomes glory. What was once pain becomes power. What was once despair becomes hope. So hold your scars without fear. Do not cover them in shame. Do not hide them from sight. Lift them like banners of victory. Let them speak of the God who healed you, the angels who marveled at you, and the destiny that still calls your name. You are not broken beyond repair. You are marked by survival. You are not fragile. You are fire-tested. You are not forgotten. You are chosen. And your scars are the evidence that you are not who the enemy hoped you would be. You are greater, stronger, deeper, and destined for more than you ever imagined. That is why the angels stand in awe, because they know what your scars really mean. They are not the end of your story. They are the proof that your story is still being written. And your story is not finished yet. Every scar is a doorway. Every mark, a testimony. Every breath, a reminder that heaven is not done revealing glory through you. Chosen one. When people walked away, heaven leaned in closer. You remember the sting of rejection, the silence of those you trusted, the absence of voices you thought would always remain. Those moments carved deep wounds. And yet they also revealed something profound. What felt like abandonment on earth was actually intimacy from heaven. The angels did not step back. When others left, they stepped nearer. It is difficult to explain the emptiness of being misunderstood. The people you counted on did not see the weight you carried. Some could not handle your light. Others could not stand your truth. Many simply lacked the capacity to walk the long road with you. And though their absence bruised your heart, the angels saw what you could not. Heaven was filling the space they vacated. As it is written in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 31, verse 6, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them. For the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you." These words are not abstract promises. They became the reality you lived without even knowing. When others left, God remained. The angels marveled because they saw the contrast so clearly. Human voices faded, but divine presence grew louder. Hands that once held you fell away, but unseen hands steadied you. When you thought you were standing alone, heaven was actually surrounding you. Your loneliness was never true isolation. It was divine protection, shaping you for something greater. Abandonment, though painful, became the training ground of intimacy. When everyone else turned away, you learned to recognize the voice of God in stillness. When support systems crumbled, you discovered that heaven itself was your foundation. And the angels watched as what looked like loss became strength, as what seemed like emptiness became fullness. Chosen one. You must understand, not everyone is meant to walk the entire path with you. Some were only meant to accompany you for a season. Others were placed in your life to teach you lessons through their absence. Their walking away was not a statement of your worth, but of their limitation. The angels saw this truth and marveled that you continued forward, even when the road felt lonely. Do you remember those moments when you cried because you felt unseen? The angels were watching, and they were not shocked by your tears. They were astonished by your persistence. They knew heaven was closer to you in those moments than ever before. They saw strength rising out of solitude, resilience building where community had failed. Abandonment often feels like betrayal, but in the spirit realm, it is a form of refinement. When people walk away, they reveal what cannot be carried into your next season. Heaven uses absence to make room for glory. The angels marveled because they saw how, even in heartbreak, you were being positioned for divine connections not yet revealed. Your story is not defined by those who left. It is defined by the one who stayed. The people who abandoned you may have shaped your wounds, but heaven's nearness shaped your destiny. And the angels stood in awe of how you kept moving, even when you misunderstood what was happening. They saw you press forward, believing you were forgotten, while in reality, you were being refined. Chosen one. Rejection has a way of clarifying identity. It strips away illusions and reveals who you really are. When people left you behind, you were forced to discover that you are not held up by human affirmation, but by divine assignment. And that discovery shocked the angels because it revealed strength most never see until much later in their journey. Think of a tree standing in winter. Its branch look bare, stripped of beauty, left exposed. To the untrained eye, it looks lifeless, but the angels see differently. They see the roots growing deeper beneath the frozen soil, preparing for the bloom of spring. That is what abandonment has been for you, not death, but hidden growth. You have always been seen. Heaven has always been aware. Every person who left became a space for angels to enter. Every silence from others became a moment for God to whisper. Every betrayal became an invitation to deeper intimacy. What you thought was loneliness was actually the evidence that you were never truly alone. The angels marveled at this paradox. The less support you had on earth, the more glory they saw covering you. They knew what you did, not that heaven was leaning closer in every moment of rejection. That divine love was surrounding you even when human love failed. That your story was being written not by those who abandoned you, but by the God who never could. Chosen one, hold this truth close. You have never been forsaken. You may have been misunderstood, misused, even mistreated, but you were never forgotten. Every step forward without those you thought you needed has become proof that your calling does not depend on their presence. The angels rejoice because you now carry authority forged in solitude, compassion born of rejection, and resilience strengthened by absence. You are stronger because they left. You are clearer because they walked away. You are freer because you discovered that heaven is enough. And now the angels marvel again, because what once looked like weakness has become your greatest strength. And remember this, chosen one, absence is not the end. It is the clearing of the path. What was taken from you was never meant to carry you into the future that waits ahead. The angels know what heaven has prepared. They have seen glimpses of the new relationships, the divine alliances, the true family of faith that will surround you. So lift your head. The ones who left do not define your journey. The one who stayed defines your destiny. Chosen one, you have carried weight that was never yours to bear. Burdens fell on your shoulders that would have broken others. But somehow, you kept walking. The angels saw it all, the silent responsibility, the unspoken pressures, the invisible loads that pressed against your soul, and they marveled. Because what looked unbearable to men was carried by you with endurance that defied explanation. Some of the weight you carried was inherited. It was pain passed down through generations. Expectations placed on you by family. Cycles of brokenness that landed at your feet. Other burdens came from people around you, who leaned on you when they could not stand themselves. They gave you their heaviness, their troubles, their fears, and you bore them quietly. The angels were astonished that your spirit did not collapse beneath that pressure. And then there was the weight you chose to carry, the sacrifices you made, the dreams you postponed, the pieces of yourself you gave away so others could stand. You did this not because you were weak, but because you were chosen. And being chosen often means carrying more than your share, holding the line when others cannot, becoming the anchor in storms that were never yours to fight. As it is written in the book of Galatians, chapter 6, verse 2, carry each other's burdens, and in this way you will fulfill the law of Christ. These words echo what the angels witnessed in you. You carried burdens that weren't yours, and in doing so, you reflected the very heart of heaven. Yet, chosen one, what astonished the angels most was not simply that you carried it, it was that you carried it and still survived. They saw you walk with weight heavy enough to crush you, yet it did not. They saw you bend, but not break, stumble, but not fall. They saw strength rise in you that you did not even know you had. Carrying the weight of others is a hidden kind of suffering. people rarely thank you for it. Many never even realize you were holding them up. And yet the angels knew. They saw every silent sacrifice, every invisible act of strength, every moment you kept going when it would have been easier to stop. They marveled because heaven records what earth forgets. But now, understand this, you were not meant to carry everything forever. The angels saw your endurance, but they also know God's design. You carried the weight because you were chosen. Yes, but now heaven is teaching you to release what is not yours, to walk in freedom while still guiding others. The scars of what you carried will become the testimony that leads others into healing. Chosen one. Your endurance under weight is not just survival, it is prophecy. It declares that others, too, can survive what seems unbearable. Your story will become a resting place for the weary. Your voice will become strength for the broken. Your journey will become evidence that no weight, no matter how heavy, can erase a destiny sealed by heaven. So let this be your declaration today. Type these words in the comments. I walk free. Write it as testimony. Write it as prophecy. Write it as a reminder that while you carried weight that wasn't yours, you are stepping now into the freedom that was always promised to you. When you type it, you echo to heaven and earth that your story is not defined by burdens, but by the freedom that comes after carrying them. The angels marveled when you carried the weight. They will rejoice now as you step into freedom. Freedom is not the absence of struggle, it is the presence of strength, even in struggle. To walk free does not mean you will never feel pressure again. It means the weight no longer defines you. The angels marvel because they see the chains falling. Not because you never wore them, but because you no longer live under their control. When you write, I walk free, you are acknowledging the truth. Heaven already knows that freedom is not coming someday, it has already begun. The burdens you carried are no longer masters over you. They shaped you, but they do not own you. They pressed you, but they did not end you. The angels saw how carrying weight changed you. It gave you wisdom others do not have. It gave you compassion others cannot fake. It gave you authority that books and lectures cannot provide. Every load you carried became part of your training. And now, stepping into freedom does not erase that training, it multiplies it. Think of a runner who trains with weights strapped to their legs. While running, the burden slows them down. But once the weights are removed, they run with speed and strength greater than before. That is you, chosen one. The season of carrying weight has only made you stronger for the season of freedom. Your freedom will inspire others who are still under pressure. They will look at you and think, if they could survive, maybe I can too. Your scars will speak louder than sermons. Your endurance will become a roadmap. The very burdens that nearly crushed you will become evidence that crushing is not the end. Chosen one. Freedom also means boundaries. The angels marvel not just when you endure, but when you learn to release. You are not meant to carry every load, save every person, or solve every problem. Heaven has called you to carry light, not chains. Walking free means knowing when to lay down what is not yours to hold. This freedom is not selfish, it is sacred. By walking free, you allow your strength to remain available for what truly matters. By walking free, you become a vessel through which others can also rise. The angels rejoice not just at your survival, but at your transformation into a messenger of freedom. So do not be ashamed of what you carried. Do not regret the weight. It prepared you for what is ahead. But also do not cling to it. Freedom is your portion, and the angels are waiting to see you walk boldly in it. Chosen one, you were never meant to blend in. Your journey has been marked by separation, not because you were unloved, but because heaven has been preparing you for something far greater than what others could understand. The angels saw you when you walked through seasons of isolation. They were present when the world seemed far away, when friends disappeared, when your voice echoed in silence, and they marveled not at your loneliness, but at how heaven used it to carve depth inside you. Separation is often misunderstood. People think it means rejection, but the angels know it means refinement. A jeweler does not polish a gem in a crowd. He places it aside, under specific light, under precise tools, until its brilliance emerges. That is what heaven has been doing with you. The angels have watched as your isolation became a workshop where God shaped you into a vessel of glory. As it is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 43, verse 1, "Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have summoned you by name. You are mine." The angels knew this truth when you felt most alone. You were never abandoned. You were claimed, held, and set apart for divine purpose. Your isolation was not wasted. It taught you to hear whispers others ignored. It sharpened your sight to see what others could not. It pulled you away from noise so you could recognize heaven's voice. The angels marveled because what looked like loss was actually an invitation. What looked like emptiness was actually a secret place of molding. Chosen one. Sometimes God removes you from the crowd so he can teach you the sound of his heartbeat. Sometimes he takes away the applause so you learn the value of his whisper. Sometimes he allows the road to narrow so you understand the depth of your own strength. The angels were astonished that you did not break in your solitude, but instead you grew. And now, as your story unfolds, I must pause and speak gently to your heart. This message is not just about what the angels saw. It is about the flame that has been entrusted to you. That flame is not meant to be hidden. It is meant to be shared. And for the flame to spread, it needs air. It needs oil. It needs protection. When you like, when you share, when you subscribe, you are not merely clicking a button, you are placing another stone into a cathedral that heaven is building. Brick by brick, each act becomes part of an eternal structure that shelters countless souls. Or imagine this, a flock of birds in migration, alone. One bird grows weary, but together they form a pattern across the sky, carrying each other on unseen winds. When you support through liking, sharing, subscribing, you are joining the formation that helps the message travel farther than one voice ever could. And if your heart feels stirred to give, to pour oil into this flame, let it be clear, this is not a demand, but an invitation. Your generosity is like a lantern hung on a distant hill. You may never climb that hill yourself, but your light will guide someone else who is lost in the valley below. The angels are watching. They know what your participation means. They see how your small choice becomes multiplied into eternity, just as they marveled at your endurance. They now marvel at your willingness to protect the flame so it can reach others still hidden in silence. So let your heart decide. Do not feel pressured. Do not feel forced. Like, share, subscribe if this light has touched you. Give only if your spirit is moved. Because the beauty of freedom is this: heaven never coerces. It always invites. And as you do, remember this: every act, however small, echoes in eternity. Just as your endurance shocked the angels, so too will your generosity and participation become a sound of glory in the heavens. Loneliness is a teacher the world despises, but heaven values. When you were set apart, you did not just lose people, you gained clarity. The angels saw that in the silence. Your ears tuned more sharply to the divine whisper. They marveled, because what others called isolation, heaven called intimacy. Separation is like the dark room of a photographer. The film cannot be developed in bright light. It requires stillness, shadow, and careful time. That is what heaven has done with you. Your true image is being developed in secret, until the right moment when you will be revealed in full. Chosen one. Every step you took alone was not wasted. It was rehearsal for the authority you now carry. The angels watched as every unanswered question, every quiet night, every lonely path carved rivers of wisdom into you, rivers that will one day quench the thirst of those who come to drink from your story. Think of gold in a furnace. The flames that separate it from impurity also give it its shine. You did not walk through isolation to be destroyed, you walked through it to be refined. The angels marveled because they knew that the higher the calling, the deeper the fire of refinement. And now you emerge, not bitter, but brighter, not broken, but bolder. Your solitude became the soil in which endurance grew roots, and now that endurance blooms into testimony. That is why heaven pauses when it looks at you, because you are evidence that the refining fires of separation do not consume, they crown. So do not resent the silence. Do not curse the loneliness. The angels know the truth. Your separation was never punishment, but preparation. And now the world will see what heaven always knew, that you were set apart for glory. Chosen one. The angels stood in awe when they saw you forgive. They had witnessed betrayal cut into your heart like a sharp blade. They had seen words thrown at you like stones, actions that pierced you deeper than wounds to the body ever could. Heaven watched as you carried the sting of injustice, the ache of rejection, and the disappointment of being misunderstood. Yet in that very place, something remarkable happened. You chose forgiveness. The angels marveled, because forgiveness is not weakness. It is warfare. It is choosing to release someone when every part of your humanity screams for revenge. Forgiveness is not saying what happened was right. It is declaring that the wrong will not imprison you. Heaven stood astonished, because while the enemy wanted bitterness to rot your soul, you shattered his plans by opening your hands. As the apostle reminds us in his letter to the Ephesians, chapter 4, verse 32, be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, just as in Christ God forgave you. These words were not abstract to the angels. They saw them alive in you. They watched you live out the heart of Christ when you chose to forgive what was unforgettable. Forgiveness is one of heaven's greatest mysteries. It looks simple, but it shakes spiritual realms. It confuses darkness, because bitterness is a chain that keeps many trapped. When you forgave, you broke a chain not just for yourself, but for the generations coming after you. The angels marveled, because they saw your act ripple far beyond the moment it shifted atmospheres. It disrupted curse. It opened doors to freedom. Chosen one. Forgiveness did not come without cost. You had to wrestle with your own heart. You had to lay down pride, pain, and the desire for revenge. It felt like death inside you. But heaven saw it as resurrection. You buried the right to strike back. And in return, God raised in you a spirit stronger than hate. Your scars did not vanish when you forgave, but they transformed. They stopped being wounds and became testimonies. Forgiveness turned your pain into authority. It gave you a voice not just to speak, but to liberate others. The angels marveled because they knew forgiveness is not only survival, it is victory. Do you realize what this means? Your choice to forgive stunned heaven itself. The angels had seen countless people give in to bitterness, but you walked a different path. They saw you hand over pain that would have poisoned your soul, and they knew something glorious had taken place. Forgiveness is not forgetting, it is redeeming. It is taking what was meant for harm and allowing heaven to use it for good. It does not erase history, but it rewrites destiny. That is why the angels looked at you in wonder, because you chose a road few walk, a road that aligns with heaven's heartbeat. And the truth is this: your forgiveness has become a weapon. The enemy thought betrayal would silence you. Instead, it gave you a louder testimony. He thought rejection would chain you. Instead, it set you apart. He thought bitterness would corrode your heart. Instead, love bloomed. This is the paradox that shocked the angels. Chosen one. Your act of forgiveness was not private, it was cosmic. It was recorded in heaven's books. It was witnessed by angels. It was acknowledged by God himself. Every tear you shed in that process was not lost. It became oil of anointing upon your life. Every choice to release rather than retaliate became fire that now burns against the schemes of darkness. And now, your scars speak louder than your pain ever could. They say, I survived, and I forgave. They declare, I was wronged, but I chose freedom. They whisper, I could have carried hate, but I carry love. This is the sound that terrifies hell and amazes heaven. The angels marveled at your forgiveness because they knew its cost. They knew it was not easy. They saw the nights you replayed the hurt, the mornings you woke up heavy, the moments you wanted to take back your grace, and still, you kept forgiving. That persistence revealed the mark of God upon your soul. Forgiveness has crowned you with authority. It is why people will feel peace when they stand near you. It is why your words will carry power when you speak. Because when you forgave, you agreed with heaven. And when a chosen one agrees with heaven, atmospheres shift. So never underestimate your choice. The angels do not. They marvel because they know forgiveness is one of the clearest signs of chosenness. It reveals that you are not bound to earthly patterns, but aligned with heavenly ways. It proves that the light within you is stronger than the darkness around you. And now, your life carries a fragrance. It is the fragrance of mercy, of release, of love stronger than betrayal. Those who encounter you will sense it. Even if they cannot explain it, they will find healing in your presence because you carry the residue of heaven's forgiveness, and the angels will keep marveling because they see the eternal beauty of a chosen one who chose to forgive. Forgiveness does not erase your story, it elevates it. The angels see that your scars now shine, not because the pain never existed, but because love proved stronger than hate. Your forgiveness becomes a mirror of Christ himself. Just as he stretched out his hands, and released grace to those who wounded him, you too extended mercy when it cost you everything. That is why heaven rejoices over you. Chosen one, every act of forgiveness plants seeds. Some will bloom in your own life as peace. Others will bloom in the lives of those watching you, reminding them that freedom is possible. So walk boldly. Carry your scars as banners, not chains. Let your forgiveness become the melody of your journey, a song that angels sing along with, testifying that you are truly chosen, chosen one. Even in your darkest hours, heaven saw a flame burning inside you. It may not have looked like fire to you, it looked like weakness, trembling, survival. But to the angels, it was light. That light, though small to your eyes, terrified the kingdom of darkness. For the angels know this truth. One spark of divine flame can drive away an ocean of shadows. The nights were long. You thought despair had buried you. You thought loneliness had extinguished your purpose. But the angels leaned in closer, for they saw a glow that could not be destroyed. That glow was your spirit, your faith, your refusal to completely surrender to the dark. You thought you were clinging to God by a thread, but heaven saw that thread as an unbreakable lifeline. As the prophet declared in the book of Micah, chapter 7, verse 8, "Though I have fallen, I will rise. Though I sit in darkness, the Lord will be my light." This is what the angels saw alive in you. They saw that even when you sat in shadows, the Lord's light flickered in your heart, keeping you alive, keeping you chosen, chosen one. Darkness tried to cover you, but your light refused to bow. The angels marveled not because you avoided pain, but because you carried fire through it. Even when your flame shook in the wind, it did not go out. They knew that your endurance was not your own, it was God's strength within you. That is why you survived nights that should have ended your story. Light in darkness is more powerful than you know. A torch may seem small, but in the midnight hours it becomes a beacon. A single candle can guide a traveler through the longest night. That was you. Your hidden fire was not just for you, it was a guidepost for the generations to come. The angels saw it, and they were astonished. Every time you prayed through tears, it added fuel to the flame. Every time you whispered God's name when you had no strength, heaven saw sparks rising. Every moment you chose not to surrender fully to despair was oxygen to your fire. The angels stood amazed because, while hell tried to suffocate you, you only burned brighter. Chosen one. You may have thought your fire was small, but heaven celebrates small flames. For in the kingdom, small is not weakness, it is purity. The angels saw that what you carried was not diluted by pride or performance. It was simple, raf, genuine faith. And that kind of faith shakes entire realms. Do not despise your flame. Do not dismiss your endurance. The angels did not. They marveled because your small spark became evidence of something eternal, that the darkness can never overcome the light of God. Your survival was not an accident, it was prophecy. And now, heaven invites you to declare it. You are not a victim of the night, you are the light in the night. To seal this truth, I invite you to make a prophetic act. Comment the number 222 right now. Why 222? Because in the rhythm of heaven, this number speaks of confirmation, alignment, and divine agreement. It is as if heaven is saying, your light was not an illusion, it was real. Your flame was not weakness, it was strength. By writing 222, you are declaring agreement with heaven's perspective that the flame you carried in silence is now being confirmed, strengthened, and aligned with God's greater plan. When you comment 222, you are not just typing digits, you are signing a declaration. My light will not die in darkness. My flame will not be hidden. My calling will not be smothered by despair. You are telling heaven and hell alike that the glow within you has purpose, that it will rise into full fire, that what once flickered in shadows will blaze on mountains. Chosen one. The angels will see this declaration and rejoice, because they saw your flame when you thought it was gone, and now they see you rising to claim it. They marveled at your survival in the night. They will celebrate your shining in the day. Remember this, your flame was not for nothing. It survived storms, rejection, and despair, because it carries weight. It carries destiny. It carries testimony. And just as fire spreads when touched to another spark, so your story will ignite others. The angels already see the ripple, your light inspiring others to fan their own flames into life. The night does not last forever. The angels saw you walk through it. But they also see the dawn approaching. They know that your flame is about to rise into full fire, visible to all, undeniable in power. What was once hidden in secret will now shine in public, and the same angels who marveled at your midnight endurance will rejoice at your sunrise breakthrough. Chosen one. Never again believe the lie that your light is too small. If it survived the night, it is strong enough for the day. If it endured storms, it is ready for nations. If it shocked the angels, it will surely shake the earth. So arise, shine, carry your scars as proof, your flame as testimony, your endurance as crown. Heaven already sees you not as a flickering candle, but as a blazing torch, and soon the world will see it too. The torch within you is not fragile, it is eternal. The angels marveled because they knew this fire was not born of your own strength, but breathed into you by God Himself. And now, every step you take is fuel for the flame. Each act of obedience fans it brighter. Each choice to keep going adds more oil. Chosen one. Your light is no longer hidden. What once flickered in shadows is ready to blaze on the hilltop. The angels are waiting. Heaven is watching. And the world will soon be guided by your fire. Chosen one. Every prayer you whispered in the quiet shook the skies. You may have thought your words were small, too broken to be heard, too weak to matter. Yet the angels saw differently. They leaned closer with every breath of prayer you released, astonished at how such fragile words carried such eternal weight. The world measures power by volume and force, but heaven measures it by sincerity and faith. Your prayers, whispered through tears, carried more thunder than the loudest shouts of unbelief. The angels marveled because they saw the ripple effect. Each prayer moved through the heavens like waves across water, touching places far beyond your sight. As it is written in the book of Revelation, chapter 8, verse 4, the smoke of the incense, together with the prayers of God's people, went up before God from the angel's hand. This is what the angels witnessed in your life, your prayers rising like incense, unseen yet undeniable, filling heaven with fragrance that could not be ignored. Your prayers were not lost. Not one. Even the ones you thought died in silence, even the ones you forgot after speaking them, were gathered like treasures into heaven's hands. The angels marveled because they knew how precious those prayers were, how much weight they carried, how they stirred the heart of God Himself. When you prayed, you may have felt alone, but you were never alone. Angels were stationed to guard the words, to carry them upward, to stand watch until the answers were set in motion. They saw the way you prayed when your strength was gone, when your voice trembled, when your only words were, "Help me," and they marveled, because those prayers shook the skies more than eloquent speeches ever could. Prayer is not about perfection, it is about connection. The angels knew that when you prayed, even with broken sentences, you were reaching across eternity. They marveled at the faith it took to speak at all when everything in your life screamed that heaven was silent. Each prayer was a weapon, striking blows against the kingdom of darkness. Even when you did not see immediate results. Chosen one. Never underestimate the power of your voice. The angels saw it clearly. Your words carried assignments. They moved things in the unseen realm, aligning circumstances, stirring hearts, shifting atmospheres. You may not have noticed change right away, but heaven was already at work the moment you prayed. Think of prayer as seeds. A seed does not grow overnight. It must rest in the soil, hidden from view, watered in patience, nurtured by unseen hands. Your prayers were like that, each one planted, waiting for its appointed time. The angels marveled because they knew harvests were coming from seeds you thought had died. There were times when you prayed with no words, only tears. The angels were not confused. They understood every drop. Tears are prayers that need no translation. Heaven collected them in bottles, and the angels stood amazed at the depth of love contained in those silent petitions. Your prayers did not just move heaven, they changed you. Each time you prayed, even when weary, your spirit grew stronger. The angels marveled at how prayer transformed your heart, shaping you into the chosen one you are today. What felt like waiting was actually molding. What felt like silence was actually preparation. Chosen one. The angels saw the weight of intercession you carried. Sometimes you prayed not for yourself, but for others, family, friends, even strangers. And those prayers did not fall empty. They became shields over people you may never meet, covering them with protection, surrounding them with unseen strength. Heaven marveled because you carried burdens in prayer that revealed the heart of Christ within you. Every yes whispered in prayer was an earthquake in the unseen. Every "God, help me" was thunder in the spirit realm. The angels saw it all. They watched as your prayers became fire, consuming the plans of the enemy, releasing light into the darkness. You may never know the full reach of your prayers until eternity. But the angels know. They saw nations shift because of your faithfulness. They saw lives spared, battles won, chains broken, all connected to prayers you thought were too small to matter. Chosen one. Let this truth settle deep. Your prayers shocked the angels, not because they doubted God, but because they marveled at you. They saw a fragile vessel on earth speaking words that altered eternity. They saw one voice pierce through storms and silence. One soul move the heart of heaven. The incense of your prayers has filled heaven's halls. It lingers still, a fragrance that reminds angels of your faithfulness, your resilience, your chosenness. And they continue to marvel, because they know your prayers will keep bearing fruit long after the words have left your lips. So hold your head high. The world may never know the power of your prayers, but heaven does, and the angels stand as witnesses, testifying that every whisper, every tear, every cry has shaken the unseen and left its mark on eternity. And know this, the incense of your prayers has not faded with time. Heaven still breathes in the fragrance of what you released years ago, and answers are still unfolding. Some of the prayers you thought forgotten are only now beginning to bloom. The angels rejoice as they see shoots of life breaking through the soil, proof that heaven's timing was always perfect. Your prayers are like rivers. They may vanish underground for a time, but eventually they rise again in strength, nourishing lands far beyond where you first spoke them. So never regret the words you whispered in faith. They are eternal, indestructible, unforgotten. The angels marvel still, because they know the truth. Your prayers have written history in ways you may not fully understand until eternity itself is unveiled. And when that day comes, you will see the vast harvest your prayers produced. Chosen one, the angels saw your courage, and they were astonished, not because you walked without fear, but because you walked while fear clung to your shoulders. They knew how heavy the weight of doubt, worry, and despair can be. They saw the shadows rise against you. They saw voices whisper that you were too weak, too broken, too lost. And still, you moved forward. That is courage, not the absence of fear, but choosing to stand when fear tells you to fall. The angels marveled at every moment you rose again. When life knocked you down, you did not stay there. You may have crawled, stumbled, or moved slowly, but you moved. The unseen realm shook each time you refused to quit. Courage does not roar loudly. Sometimes it is the quiet decision to get out of bed, to take one more step, to breathe one more prayer. And the angels knew this truth. They saw the quiet choices that screamed louder than fear. According to what is revealed in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. These words became flesh in your story. You did not feel brave, but heaven called you brave. You did not feel strong, but heaven declared your strength. Chosen one. Courage is forged in fire. You faced storms you did not ask for, mountains you did not choose, valleys you never thought you could survive. Each one pressed you harder than the last, yet with every pressing, a new strength emerged. The angels were astonished, not because the battles stopped, but because you kept rising in the middle of them. Your courage was not always visible to others. Sometimes it looked like silence when you could have spoken in anger. Sometimes it looked like walking away when you wanted to fight back. Sometimes it looked like holding your tongue, guarding your heart, and choosing patience when impatience screamed inside you. The angels understood. This was not weakness. This was courage refined into discipline. They also saw the moments when courage meant being honest with God, when you brought your brokenness into His presence, when you admitted your pain rather than hiding it, when you prayed through tears instead of waiting for joy. Vulnerability before heaven is an act of bravery. And the angels marveled at it. They saw you lay yourself bare before God, trusting Him with wounds you could not share with anyone else. Chosen one. Your courage has not gone unnoticed. Every time you rose again, you built a monument in heaven's memory. The angels rejoiced because they knew the enemy had tried to bury you. And yet here you were still breathing, still walking, still believing. Courage is contagious. The angels saw how your resilience inspired others. Even when you did not realize it, your willingness to rise after falling sent ripples into the lives of those watching you. Someone you never noticed saw your perseverance and found strength for themselves. Heaven marveled because you were not only surviving, you were teaching others how to endure. Think of a lighthouse battered by storms. Waves crash. Winds howl. Darkness surrounds it. Yet the light still shines. That is what the angels saw in you. Your courage was like that lighthouse standing tall in chaos, guiding others through their storms without realizing it. The courage you carried did not come from you alone. It came from the Spirit inside you, the same Spirit that raised Christ from the dead. The angels marveled because they recognized that power. They saw divinity wrapped inside frailty, strength hidden inside weakness, and they could not look away. Chosen one. Courage also means facing what lies ahead. The angels know your journey is not finished. More storms may rise. More valleys may come. But heaven is confident. Why? Because you have already proven that fear cannot silence you. You have already shown that discouragement cannot stop you. You have already lived as proof that courage is your portion. Every scar, every tear, every step forward has become evidence of your bravery. The angels marvel because they know what courage looks like. In heaven's eyes, it looks like you. Not perfect, not fearless, but relentless, not untouched by pain, but unbroken by it, not free of fear, but unwilling to bow to it. Chosen one. Your courage is not small. It is the roar of heaven through your life. It is the sound of chains breaking, the sound of destiny advancing, the sound of faith outlasting fear. The angels will never forget the sight of you rising when everything tried to hold you down. So walk forward with your head high. Heaven has recorded your courage. Hell has been terrified by it. And the angels continue to marvel because they know the truth. You are stronger than you realize, braver than you believe, and more unstoppable than you can imagine. Courage is not the absence of trembling knees. It is the choice to keep walking while your legs shake. The angels saw that trembling, but they also saw the steps you kept taking. Your story teaches that courage is not reserved for warriors in shining armor. It belongs to those who wake up after sleepless nights, who smile through pain, who keep believing when hope feels thin. That is you. The angels marveled because they knew your courage was born in secret. It was not applause that gave it to you. It was the fire of trials. And what is forged in fire cannot be easily broken. Chosen one. Your courage is a testimony. It speaks louder than words, stronger than appearances, deeper than doubts. The world may never know the cost of your bravery, but heaven does, and it is written in eternity. You rose, you endured, you chose courage. Chosen one. Your obedience has unlocked realms the angels themselves marveled at. They watched you wrestle with choices that tore your heart apart. They saw the nights you wanted to give up, The mornings you almost turned back. The moments when saying yes to God cost you comfort, friendships, even pieces of yourself. And yet you obeyed. Obedience does not always feel glorious. Sometimes it feels like surrendering the last thing you thought you could keep. Sometimes it feels like walking into unknown valleys while everyone else chooses easier roads. But the angels rejoiced every time you chose God's will over your own. They knew each act of obedience shifted unseen atmospheres. They saw chains breaking, doors opening, and generations being set free because of choices you made in silence. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of John, chapter 14, verse 15, "If you love me, keep my commands." The angels saw that your obedience was not legalism, it was love. It was your heart saying, "I will follow even when it hurts. I will trust even when I do not understand." Not. Obedience became your secret strength. Every yes you gave became a ripple in eternity. The angels marveled because they knew how costly your obedience was and how powerful its effects would be. Heaven recorded each step, not as duty, but as devotion. Chosen one. Obedience is like planting seeds in a field you may never see harvested. To the natural eye, it looks like loss. To heaven, it is an investment that multiplies into a harvest of freedom, not just for you, but for those who walk after you. That is why the angels were astonished. You obeyed when no one else saw, and your unseen acts became the foundation for miracles yet to unfold. And now, let me speak gently to you about this moment. What heaven values most is not grand gestures, but small, consistent obedience. In the same way, this space where you hear these words is like a garden. Every act of engagement, your listening, your reflection, even your decision to linger here is water poured onto seeds that heaven has planted. When you like this message, you are not simply clicking a button, you are laying another stone in a path that future chosen ones will walk across. Each like is a footprint that says, "I walked this road, and I leave it clearer for those who come after me." When you share it, you are carrying water to thirsty ground. Somewhere, someone sits in silence, thinking they are forgotten. Your simple share is the cup of water that revives their soul. You may never know their name, but heaven will record your act as the moment their light flickered back to life. When you subscribe, you are not following a channel, you are joining a journey. It is like choosing to walk with a caravan through the desert, alone. The road is heavy, but together, the songs rise, the fire stays lit, and no one is left behind. Subscribing means saying, "I will not walk alone, and I will not let others walk alone either." And then, there is your voice. When you comment, you are planting a tree. At first, it may look like just words typed on a screen, but trees grow, and they give shade to weary travelers. Your comment becomes a resting place for someone who stumbles upon it later. Imagine them reading your words and realizing they are not alone. That is the power of your small act. None of these choices are obligations. They are invitations. Just as obedience in your life was never forced. These steps are never forced. They are beauty when chosen freely, power when offered sincerely. Heaven has always honored voluntary love over forced action. That is why the angels marvel not just at your endurance, but at your willingness to give freely of yourself. Chosen one. The angels know what happens when people unite their light. They have seen sparks become bonfires. They have seen whispers become songs. They have seen a single act of obedience ripple outward until nations are touched. Your like, your share, your comment, your subscription, they are not small. They are drops of oil poured into a lamp, and together they keep the flame burning bright. So let your heart decide. Let your spirit lead. If this message resonates with the whispers you have carried in silence, then respond, not out of pressure, but out of joy. For joy is the language of obedience, and obedience is the fragrance. Heaven breathes deeply. The angels saw you say yes when it cost you much. Now heaven waits to see what you will do with this moment. And whatever you choose, know this: you are seen, you are valued, and every act of love you offer, big or small, becomes part of eternity's story. Obedience has always been a quiet fire in your life. It rarely draws applause, yet it changes everything. The angels saw that your yes was not loud, but it was steady and steady. Obedience builds eternal foundations. When you chose to obey in silence, you lit a lantern that guided you forward. Now, each act of engaging here, liking, sharing, commenting, subscribing is like placing more lanterns along the path. Others who feel lost will see the trail illuminated, and they too will find courage to walk. Your words, your presence, your willingness to stay connected, they are not small ripples. They are waves that move outward, touching shores you will never see. The angels marvel because heaven multiplies what you release, turning one choice into 100 testimonies. Chosen one. Let your obedience today be like the wind carrying seeds across a field. You may not control where they land, but you know this: they will grow. And when they bloom, heaven will remember that it all began with a heart that said, yes. No, you are not just a listener, you are a co-laborer with heaven's work. And your part in this story will echo long after today. Chosen one. The angels have always been amazed at your endurance in waiting. They saw how time pressed against you like a heavy stone. They knew how hope stretched thin in your hands, how promises seemed delayed, how prayers echoed in silence. Waiting was never easy for you, yet you did not abandon your faith. That is what astonished heaven, not that you waited, but that you waited with hope still flickering inside. Patience in the face of uncertainty is a rare strength. Many give up when answers do not come quickly. Many abandon the promise when it tarries too long. But you, though weary, though wounded, remained. The angels saw you press through long nights of wondering, through months of questions, through years of uncertainty, and they marveled at the resilience of your spirit. As it is written in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, for the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay. These words were carved into your story long before you knew them. The angels saw this truth unfold each time you chose to hope again, even when hope seemed foolish. Chosen one. Your waiting was not empty. Heaven saw the refining work happening in silence. Waiting stripped away illusions and revealed what mattered most. It taught you to trust what you could not see. It shaped you into a vessel ready to carry promises too heavy for the untested. The angels marveled because they saw your waiting as training, not punishment. Think of a seed in soil. The waiting season looks like dormancy, but it is actually preparation. Roots stretch deep where no eye can see. Foundations strengthen in secret. That was you. You thought nothing was happening, but heaven knew everything was happening. Growth was unfolding in silence, preparing you for the bloom that only comes at the appointed time. Your endurance in waiting revealed your chosenness. It set you apart from those who chase instant gratification, from those who abandon the process when it grows hard. The angels marveled because your patience became prophecy. It testified that you believed in a God who keeps his word, even when his timing feels strange. Chosen one. Every sigh in waiting was recorded. Every tear became water for your roots. Every day you chose to hold on became evidence that your promise was real. The angels rejoiced, not because they saw quick answers, but because they saw you stay faithful in the middle of delay. Waiting also unveiled the strength of your character. You learned to walk without immediate reward, to serve without recognition, to believe without proof. Those qualities cannot be faked, they can only be forged. And heaven knew your calling required them. That is why the angels marveled. They saw your character being built, even when you thought you were wasting away. The enemy tried to use waiting as a weapon. He whispered that you were forgotten. He lied that your prayers were unheard. He suggested your promise was empty, but heaven knew the truth. And the angels marveled as you resisted those lies. Even in seasons of doubt, you kept going. Even when your heart grew tired, you held on. That defiance against despair was what shocked them most. Chosen one. Your waiting is not without reward. The angels know what you cannot yet see. The appointed time is approaching. What was delayed is not denied. What lingered in shadows is rising into light. Every second of your waiting is being redeemed. Every sacrifice remembered. Every moment of endurance crowned with glory. Think of a sunrise after a long night. For hours the darkness dominates, and it feels endless. But then, without fail, the first light breaks the horizon. That is your story. The angels know it. Heaven knows it. And soon you will see it too. Chosen one. Your endurance in waiting has not been in vain. Heaven has seen. The angels have recorded, and eternity itself will testify that you did not waste your waiting. You turned it into worship. You turned it into strength. You turned it into testimony. So now, lift your eyes. Waiting is no longer a prison. It is a womb. Something is about to be birthed. Something only endurance could carry. The angels marvel still, because they see you rising from waiting into fulfillment, and they know this. Your story will shine all the brighter because you endured. Chosen one. Every moment of waiting was a classroom. You learned lessons that could not be taught in speed. You discovered depth that only silence could reveal. The angels marveled because they saw your patience stretch into wisdom, your stillness turn into discernment. Waiting sharpened your vision. At first, all you could see was delay, but slowly, you began to recognize the fingerprints of God in small places, the unexpected kindness of a stranger, the quiet provision that arrived just in time, the strength to keep going when you thought you had none. These were glimpses of heaven, training your eyes to see promise even when it was hidden. Your endurance also built resilience. The angels knew storms would come again, but they also knew you would not be easily shaken. Waiting made your roots deep. It forged a foundation that no gust of fear or doubt can uproot. And now, you carry authority because of your waiting. When you speak to others who are weary, they will believe you, not because of fancy words, but because you know the cost of patience. You know the ache of delay. You know the struggle of unanswered prayers. And because you endured, your voice will carry the fragrance of authenticity. The angels rejoice because they see what you could not. Your waiting was never wasted. It was weaving glory into your life, preparing you to carry what could not be rushed. Heaven has not forgotten you. The appointed time is near, and when it comes, the joy will be all the greater because you endured the waiting. Chosen one. The angels were astonished at how you kept your faith when storms surrounded you. They saw how the winds of circumstance roared, how waves of fear and uncertainty crashed against you, and yet you clung to a promise you could barely see. They marveled because faith in calm waters is common, but faith in storms is rare. Storms are not just external, they rage inside too. The angels saw the doubts that shouted in your mind, the fears that pressed against your chest, the exhaustion that whispered, you were done. They saw you struggle to pray, to breathe, to keep going, and still, somehow, you held on. That fragile grip on faith looked small to you, but to heaven it was monumental. The ancient words recorded in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 17, verse 20 remind us, truly I tell you, if you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, move from here to there, and it will move. Nothing will be impossible for you. The angels knew this was true in your story. They marveled because even when your faith felt like dust, it was enough to move mountains in the spirit. Chosen one. Storms are allowed not to destroy you, but to reveal you. A ship's strength is not proven in calm seas, but in crashing waves. The angels watched as your faith was tested again and again, and they marveled that you did not sink. You bent, but you did not break. You cried, but you did not collapse. You doubted, but you did not walk away. Every storm became training. Every wave strengthened your anchor. Every gust of wind forced your roots deeper. The angels marveled because they knew you were becoming unshakable, forged not in ease, but in adversity. Your faith is not fragile, it is fire-tested. The storms you survived are now scars of glory. They speak louder than any sermon. They declare, I have seen the waves. I have faced the winds, and still I stand. The angels look at those scars and see crowns forming, testimonies rising. Do you see the pattern? Every time you thought the storm was too much, you emerged stronger. Every time you thought the night would swallow you, the dawn broke brighter. Heaven never doubted. But the angels still marveled, because they saw how close you came to quitting, and yet you didn't. Chosen one. Storms also strip away illusions. They reveal what can stand and what cannot. Some relationships drifted away in your storms, and though it hurt, it revealed who was truly anchored. Some dreams crumbled, and though you mourned, it made room for greater promises. The angels marveled at how storms cleared your path. Even while you thought everything was being lost, storms purify. They wash away what was temporary, leaving only what is eternal. Your faith, though shaken, was revealed to be genuine. That is why the angels marvel still, because in the storm, you proved what heaven already knew. Your faith is not shallow, it is rooted. Chosen one, take this truth deeply. The storm did not win. You survived, and survival is victory in heaven's eyes. The angels do not see weakness when they look at you. They see strength hidden in trembling hands, light flickering against fierce winds, hope clinging to promises unseen. Now your faith carries authority. You can speak to others lost in storms and tell them with conviction, I have been there, and you will make it through. Your words are not theory, they are testimony. Your scars are not wounds, they are proof. And the angels marvel, because your survival is not just about you, it is about the countless others who will find courage in your story. So walk forward with peace. Storms may come again, but you are not who you once were. You are stronger now, anchored now, unshakable now. The angels will keep marveling as you rise again, because they know storms cannot destroy what heaven has already marked. Chosen one. Storms have a way of changing the landscape. What once looked permanent can be reshaped in a single night of wind and rain. The angels marveled because they saw how your storms did not destroy you. They redefined you. They stripped away what was shallow, and in its place, they uncovered the deep reservoirs of strength you never knew you had. Storms also teach you to listen differently. In calm seasons, the noise of life can drown out the whispers of heaven. But in storms, when everything else is shaking, the only voice you can hear clearly is God's. The angels saw how your storms tuned your ears to His frequency. They marveled at how silence became sacred, how whispers became anchors, how stillness became survival. Chosen one. Storms carve empathy into your heart. The angels knew this was happening, even when you did not, because you have faced winds that almost broke you. You now carry compassion for others who tremble in the rain. Your words no longer come from theory, they come from experience. And that is why people will trust your voice. The angels marvel because storms that seemed like destruction actually equipped you to carry healing for others. Every storm also built endurance. The angels saw that each wave trained you for the next. You may have thought the battles were pointless repetition, but heaven saw preparation. Storms were rehearsals for the greater assignments waiting ahead. And though you hated the repetition, it gave you resilience that cannot be faked. Chosen one. Remember this. Storms do not last forever. Klud pass. Winds still. Rainens. The angels rejoice because they know your storms were never your destiny. They were the passageway. And though the storms marked you, they did not define you. What defines you is that you endured. You learned. You grew. And you rose. So carry your story with boldness. Let your storms speak, not as tales of defeat, but as evidence of divine survival. The angels will keep marveling, because in every storm you endured, they saw heaven's victory shining through you. Chosen one. There were nights when you thought silence meant abandonment, but heaven was closer in those moments than you ever imagined. The angels leaned in, not to rescue you immediately, but to watch a miracle unfold inside you. That miracle was resilience. You thought you were drowning, but the angels saw you learning how to breathe underwater. You thought you were being crushed, but the angels saw roots pushing deeper into unseen soil. Silence was not God ignoring you, it was heaven building you. The angels marveled because they saw transformation taking place in the hidden chambers of your heart. They watched as you traded panic for patience, despair for trust, Fear for faith. Though you felt nothing changing, they saw everything shifting. As the Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah, chapter 29, verse 11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future." These words were not theory for you. They became survival. The angels rejoiced because even in silence, those plans never wavered. Chosen one. Silence has its own language. The angels know it well. In silence, God whispers truths too heavy for noise. In silence, He chisels away distractions, shaping you into a vessel strong enough to carry glory. What you thought was abandonment was actually refinement. The angels marveled at your endurance in this unseen classroom, because silence did not break you, it built you. Your ability to endure silence is proof of your chosenness. Many demand constant signs. Many walk away when answers delay. But you stayed. You held on, even when the heavens seemed locked. That persistence shook the unseen realm. The angels stood astonished, because they knew how close you came to quitting. Yet you did not. Chosen one. Silence prepared you for weight. It is in silence that warriors are forged. You did not realize it, but every unanswered prayer was sharpening your discernment. Every quiet night was strengthening your spirit. The angels marveled because they saw that silence was not empty, it was full of preparation. Think of an archer. Before the arrow is released, it is pulled backward. That backward pull feels like retreat, like loss of progress. But in reality, it is building momentum for greater release. Your season of silence was that pull. The angels know what you could not see, that your release is coming. And it will be powerful because of what you endured. Chosen one. Silence also taught you to value presence over answers. The angels saw you reach a point where you no longer prayed for solutions, but simply prayed for God Himself. That is the purest form of worship, the kind that heaven treasures most. And the angels marveled. Because your silence was no longer empty, it became sacred. This is why I invite you to mark this moment with a prophetic act. Comment the number 888 below. Why 888? Because in the rhythm of heaven, this number speaks of new beginnings, abundant grâce, and resurrection, life. By writing 888, you are declaring that silence did not end you, it birthed you. You are testifying that the season of stillness is transforming into the season of release. The old has passed, the new has come, and your story is stepping into resurrection power. When you write 888, you are not just typing numbers, you are agreeing with heaven. You are declaring to the angels who marveled at your endurance that you now see what they saw. Silence was never absence, it was preparation. You are telling the kingdom of darkness that what tried to suffocate you has only produced new breath, new strength, new life. Chosen one. Heaven rejoices over such declarations. The angels, who once marveled at your ability to endure, now celebrate your awakening. They know that resurrection always follows silence, and you are stepping into it now. So hold this truth close. Silence was never wasted. It was building you, shaping you, and readying you. The angels marveled not because you were abandoned, but because you carried fire in a season where most would have let it die, and now that fire is about to blaze forth in full strength. You endured silence. Now you will walk in sound. The angels who marveled at your endurance will now marvel at your rising, chosen one. Silence was not punishment, it was the forge. Just as gold is purified in fire, your faith was refined in the absence of answers. The angels knew it. They saw your trust harden into something unshakable, something no storm could destroy. Your silence was also an invitation. Heaven used it to draw you deeper, to teach you to listen beneath the noise. You discovered strength you did not know you had, because silence taught you that God's presence is greater than his explanations. That discovery alone became a treasure more valuable than any immediate answer. The angels marveled at how silence revealed your resilience. They saw you face what felt unbearable and still rise with faith. You did not always rise strong. You often rose trembling, but rising at all was enough to echo heaven's victory. That trembling was courage in disguise. Now, your story carries authority to comfort those still trapped in silence. You can look into their eyes and say, "I have been there. I survived it. You will too." The angels rejoice. Because your scars are not wasted, they have become maps for others to follow. And remember this, silence always ends. Dawn always breaks the longest night. The angels, who marveled at your survival, now wait in anticipation for your unveiling. For you are stepping out of silence into sound, out of hiding into glory, out of waiting into fulfillment. Heaven is ready, and so are you, chosen one. The angels have seen your battles in the hidden places, the war inside your mind. They know the weight of thoughts that come like shadows, the whispers that tried to convince you that you were not enough, that your life had no meaning, that hope was far away. They saw how those voices pressed hard against your spirit, and still you kept rising. That inner war is what shocked them most. Outward battles can be seen by others: illness, rejection, hardship, to storms, but inward battles are fought in silence. The angels saw how you smiled when your heart was breaking, how you helped others while drowning quietly yourself. They marveled because you endured a battlefield, invisible to human eyes, but crystal clear to heaven. The Word of God declares in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7, "For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind." The angels saw this truth alive in you, even when you did not feel it. Fear came, but it did not own you. Confusion shouted, but clarity returned. Despair pressed in, but hope outlasted it. Chosen one. The battlefield of the mind is one of the fiercest arenas in the spirit realm. Every lie is a weapon, every fear a chain, every doubt a storm. And yet the angels marveled because they saw how you fought back, not always loudly, but consistently, sometimes with a whisper of prayer, sometimes with a single verse, sometimes with nothing but the decision to keep breathing. Your endurance in the mental war revealed strength that cannot be measured by human standards. Heaven knew that this kind of resilience is forged only in chosen ones. The angels marveled because every time a lie rose against you, you countered with truth. Even when that truth felt like a fragile thread. Think of a soldier in battle. His body may be exhausted, his strength nearly gone. But as long as he keeps standing, he is still a threat to the enemy. That was you. The angels marveled because no matter how battered you felt, you stayed on the field. You did not surrender your mind to darkness, even when surrender felt easier. Chosen one. Your endurance in mental battles has become authority. You carry compassion now for those who struggle silently. You understand the weight of hidden wars. You can reach into the lives of others and bring light because you know what the shadows feel like. That is why your survival shocked the angels, because you endured a war that takes many out. And you walked forward carrying scars that became wisdom. The enemy targeted your mind because he feared your destiny. He tried to cloud your thoughts, distort your identity, and plant seeds of despair, but heaven shielded you. The angels saw unseen hands lifting you up when you could not lift yourself. They saw grace intervening at the very moment your thoughts grew darkest. That is why you are still here. That is why you survived what others could not. Chosen one. Your mind has been tested like fire, and now it carries authority like steel. The angels know this. They see the resilience carved into you, the strength that rises, not because you never doubted, but because you refused to give up in doubt. Every sleepless night, every whispered cry, every racing thought has been redeemed. The angels marveled because heaven has turned your battlefield into a platform. What once tormented you will become the very ground you stand upon to declare freedom for others. Your mind, once avar zone, is becoming a sanctuary of peace. You may not see it fully yet, but the angels do. They marvel because they see the transformation already unfolding. Where fear once ruled, courage now rises. Where despair once whispered, hope now sings. Where chaos once reigned, peace now rests. Chosen one, your story is not marked by defeat, it is marked by victory. The mental battles you endured are not stains of weakness, they are proof of strength. They show that you are chosen not because you never struggled, but because you never surrendered to the struggle. The angels stand in awe because they know this truth. The fiercest wars produce the strongest warriors, and you are one of them. So, walk forward with confidence. Your mind has been tested, and it has endured. The whispers that once tried to destroy you have only revealed the unshakable truth: you are chosen, and no darkness can erase that. Chosen one. The mind can be a battlefield, but it can also become a garden. The angels rejoice because they see how your once chaotic ground is now being planted with seeds of peace. What was once barren with fear will bloom with clarity, wisdom, and strength. Every thought you resisted was a weed pulled out. Every truth you chose to believe was a seed sown. The angels marvel because they see not just the war, but the harvest that is coming. They know that what once tormented you will one day nourish others who are starving for hope. The hidden battles you fought gave you a hidden authority. You can now walk into places filled with fear and bring calm because your presence carries peace. You can look into the eyes of someone trembling and tell them, "I understand." And those words will carry weight because you have lived it. Chosen one. Do not despise the wars you fought in silence. They have given you treasures you could not gain any other way. The angels see your mind as a fortress now, not because it was never attacked, but because every attack strengthened its walls. And this is why heaven smiles upon you. You are not just a survivor of inner storms, you are a beacon. Where your mind once battled shadows, it now radiates light. The angels still marvel because they know the glory of a chosen one is not in never falling, but in always rising again. Chosen one. The angels have watched how you carried your story, even when the weight of it felt like too much to bear. They saw you hold pain in silence, joy in secret, and faith like a hidden ember glowing in the dark. And yet, you never let go. They marveled, not because your path was easy, but because you walked it faithfully when everything tried to make you stop. Your journey has not been for nothing. Every valley, every scar, every tear has become a thread woven into the tapestry of your destiny. The angels saw how even the darkest pieces were being stitched into something radiant. They knew heaven was creating a design far more beautiful than you could imagine, as was spoken in the sacred texts of old. The book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28 declares, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." This was never just a verse, it was your life. The angels saw it unfold as broken things became stepping stones. As disappointment became leçon, as struggles became strength. Chosen one. I want you to understand something profound. You are not walking this journey alone. Every word spoken here, every truth poured into your heart, is part of heaven's way of reminding you that you are seen, you are valued, you are chosen. And just as your journey has been a testimony to the angels, it can also become light for others who feel they cannot keep walking. That is why I must pause here and speak to your heart about the power of unity. Just as you have carried your flame, there are countless others carrying theirs. When we bring those flames together, the light grows brighter, the warmth spreads wider, and the hope reaches further. When you like this message, it is like striking flint against stone. Sparks fly, and those sparks can ignite someone else's fire. You may not see their face, you may never know their name, but your spark can awaken their light. When you share, it is like throwing a rope across a chasm. Someone standing on the other side, lost and alone, will grab hold and realize they are not forgotten. Your act of sharing becomes a bridge between despair and hope. When you subscribe, you are not just following a channel, you are joining a journey. It is like stepping onto a caravan that crosses a desert alone. The sand and heat would overwhelm, but together, songs are sung, burdens are carried, and no one is left behind. Subscribing means I choose to walk with this tribe, and I choose to let others walk with me. And if your heart feels moved beyond these, know this: your presence here already matters. Every moment you linger, every truth you absorb, every thought you carry forward, it becomes part of the flow. Heaven does not measure impact by numbers, but by faithfulness. And your faithfulness in this moment echoes in eternity. The angels see what happens when chosen ones unite. They see sparks becoming fires, fires becoming beacons, and beacons guiding ships through the night. They marvel because heaven's design has always been this, that one light can shine, but many lights together can turn the darkness into dawn. Chosen one, never underestimate the small acts. Never think a like is meaningless. A share, too small. A subscription, too ordinary. In heaven's eyes, these are not clicks, they are commitments, declarations, and seeds. And seeds, when planted, grow into forests. Forests change landscapes. Landscapes alter nations. Your story matters. Your response matters. The angels have already marveled at your endurance, your faith, your courage. Now they marvel at how your voice joined with others becomes a chorus, and that chorus is louder than the lies, brighter than the darkness, stronger than the storms. So let this be your moment of agreement, not forced, not pressured, but chosen. If your spirit resonates, if your heart feels the stirring, then act, like, share, subscribe, not because you must, but because you see the beauty in being part of something bigger than yourself. And know this, every act, however small, is recorded in heaven. The angels see it, and they rejoice. For just as they once marveled at your survival, they now marvel at your willingness to help another soul survive. Chosen one, your story is not ending, it is multiplying. And heaven is celebrating every step you take in unity with others. Chosen one, think of your actions like drops of rain. One drop may seem small, but when countless drops fall together, rivers rise, fields bloom, and deserts turn into gardens. That is the power of unity, heaven treasures. Every time you engage with this message, it is like placing another log on a fire. A single log may burn, but many together create a blaze that can warm villages and guide travelers from miles away. The angels marvel because they see how your spark fuels something far beyond you. When you choose to walk with others, you are like a star in a constellation. Alone, a star shines beautifully. Together, stars form patterns that sailors once used to find their way home. That is what your presence does. It helps lost souls navigate back to hope. And even if you feel your role is small, remember this: an orchestra needs every instrument. The loud drums may echo, but the quiet flute carries melody that touches the heart. Your part might feel quiet, but heaven hears its beauty, and the angels celebrate its harmony. So let your heart rest in this truth. Nothing is wasted. Not your scars, not your tears, not even your small acts of obedience here and now. The angels, who once marveled at your strength in storms, now marvel at how you are willing to lend your light to others. You are part of a divine symphony, and the music will echo long after this moment ends. Chosen one, the angels have always marveled at how you kept walking, even when the road seemed endless. They saw you carry wounds that should have stopped you. Yet, step after step, you pressed on. To others, your pace may have looked slow, but to heaven, it was heroic. Each step you took was defiance against the weight that tried to bury you. Endurance is not glamorous. It is not the lightning strike or the sudden miracle. It is the steady flame that refuses to go out in the wind. The angels marveled because they saw your steady flame. It did not roar like a wildfire, but it burned without ceasing. That kind of flame terrifies darkness more than sudden explosions of light, because it cannot be put out. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 30, verse 5, "Weeping may stay for the night, but rejoicing comes in the morning." The angels saw this promise alive in you. They knew your nights were long, but they also saw that dawn was written into your destiny. Chosen one, every time you thought about quitting, you didn't. Every time despair pressed on your chest, you breathed anyway. Every time silence told you God was far, you whispered his name, and those whispers shook the heavens. The angels marveled because they knew how fragile you felt. And yet, how mighty your endurance was in the unseen. Endurance turns scars into testimonies. The angels watched as your wounds closed, leaving marks that no longer bled but spoke. They knew that those scars would one day inspire others to keep walking too. That is why they marveled, not because you were untouched, but because you survived the touch of pain. Chosen one. Endurance is like climbing a mountain. Each step feels heavier. The air grows thinner. The summit seems distant. But with every step, your body adapts. Your lungs grow stronger, and the view waiting at the top becomes more glorious. That is your journey. The angels already see the summit. They know the view will be worth every step. And now, I want you to make a declaration with your own words. Type in the comments, "I will finish." Matt, why these words? Because they are short, but they are eternal. By declaring, "I will finish," you are telling heaven and earth that your story is not defined by how hard it began, but by how strong it will end. You are prophesying over your own life, sealing what the angels already know, that the chosen one does not quit halfway. Your comment is not just ink on a page or text on a screen. It is a covenant. It is a signal flare to heaven that you agree with your calling. And it is a sword against the enemy who hoped you would stop. When you write, "I will finish," you are refusing to bow to despair. You are rising in alignment with heaven's decree. The angels saw every moment you wanted to quit, but they also saw every moment you chose to stay. Now, they wait to see you declare it openly. You will finish. And that declaration will echo, not just in your life, but in the lives of others who read it and find courage for their own journey. Chosen one. Endurance has crowned you with unseen strength. It has carved authority into your spirit. It has proven that you are not ordinary, you are chosen. And though the world may not see the full weight of your endurance yet, heaven has already recorded it. The angels already sing about it. So, keep walking, keep breathing, keep standing. Your dawn is near. Your finish is certain. And the angels will keep marveling until the day they see you crowned in glory for the endurance that shocked even them. Chosen one. Finishing is not only about reaching the end, it is about becoming someone new along the way. The angels marveled because they saw how each step reshaped you. Pain became wisdom. Loss became compassion. Struggle became strength. You are no longer the same person who began this journey. You carry the evidence of transformation, and that is more powerful than any finish line. Endurance has also taught you to see with new eyes. The angels noticed how your perspective changed over time. At first, you only saw obstacles, mountains too high, valleys too deep. But as you endured, you began to see opportunities hidden in the trials. You learned that the mountain was not blocking you, it was building you. The angels marveled because endurance did not just get you through hardship, it gave you vision to see beyond it. Chosen one. Endurance gave you authority to speak into storms. The angels know this well. When others tremble under the weight of delay, you can say, "I've been there. I know the way." Your words will not be hollow. They will be soaked in testimony. That is why your endurance shocked the angels. They knew every tear you cried was being turned into oil for others. Every scar into a key to unlock chains in those who still feel trapped. There is also beauty in the fact that your endurance is not just for you. The angels saw the ripple effect. They saw how your choice to keep going influenced your family, your friends, even strangers. Some who watched you endure found strength to keep walking themselves. You may never know the full reach of your endurance until eternity. But the angels already see the multitudes touched by your story. And now, endurance has set the stage for your finishing glory. The angels look ahead and know what is coming, the crown laid up for you, the reward of those who never gave up, the joy of hearing heaven say, "Well done." They marvel because they know the finish is not far, and they rejoice because they see that your declaration, "I will finish," is not just hope, it is destiny. Chosen one. The angels marveled when they saw how you carried love. Even when love cost you everything, they saw you choose compassion over bitterness, mercy over revenge, gentleness over hardness. They knew how much it cost you to keep your heart soft when life tried to turn it into stone. And that is what shocked them most. Not that you loved when it was easy, but that you loved when it was hardest. Love is not weakness. Heaven knows it is the greatest strength of all. The angels saw this strength alive in you when you embraced people who hurt you, when you forgave what seemed unforgivable, when you chose to keep loving even though you could have closed your heart to the world. This may have looked like fragility to the angels. It looked like the very heartbeat of God. As the apostle wrote in the first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 13, verse 7, "Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things." The angels saw you live this scripture. They saw you bear what crushed others, believe when logic screamed against it, hope in nights that looked hopeless, endure through storms that tried to erase you. Chosen one. Love is costly. The angels know it. They saw every time you risked your heart. They saw the tears you cried in secret when your love was rejected, the ache when loyalty was betrayed, the quiet mourning when kindness was overlooked. Yet, you still chose to love. That is why heaven marvels, because true love is rare. And when it is found, it is glorious. Love is also powerful. The angels saw how it disarmed darkness. Every act of love you gave, even when small, became a weapon heaven used. A gentle word you spoke healed someone's breaking heart. A kind gesture you made interrupted someone's despair. Even when you did not notice, your love was shifting atmospheres. The angels marveled because they knew your love was not ordinary. It carried heaven's fire. Think of a candle in the night, alone. It does not seem like much, but for someone walking in complete darkness, that candle is everything. Your love has been that candle. The angels saw it. They knew how many people walked away with hope because you chose to shine instead of hide. Chosen one. Love is never wasted. The angels rejoice because they saw how heaven collected every act of love you gave. Nothing slipped through the cracks. Nothing was forgotten. Every word, every smile, every embrace was written in heaven's record. And one day, you will see how your love multiplied far beyond what you imagined. Love is also your mark of chosenness. The angels recognize it. They know the seal of heaven is not just on those who speak great words or perform mighty acts, but on those who carry love. They marveled because love is the language of heaven, and you speak it fluently, even when the world does not understand. Chosen one. Sometimes you doubted your love mattered. You wondered if giving pieces of your heart was worth the pain. The angels know the answer. Yes, every time you loved. Heaven smiled. Every time you forgave. Hell trembled. Every time you embraced when you could have rejected. The kingdom advanced. Love does not erase scars, it transforms them. The angels saw how love turned wounds into wisdom, heartbreak into compassion, betrayal into empathy. They marveled because love did not destroy you, it rebuilt you. Stronger, deeper, purer. And now, the angels know this truth. Your love is not finished. It is only beginning. The scars you carry have made your love even more powerful, more unstoppable. Heaven celebrates because they see what is coming. Your love will heal more, restore more, inspire more than you ever thought possible. Chosen one. Never underestimate the power of the love you carry. The angels never did. They knew it was heaven's greatest weapon, hidden in fragile human hands. And they will continue to marvel every time you choose love again. Because every choice is a glimpse of eternity on earth. Chosen one. Love is not a feeling that fades with seasons. It is a fire that refuses to die. The angels marveled because even when storms tried to smother your flame, it kept burning. It flickered. Yes, but it never vanished. That endurance of love is a miracle in itself. Love also stretches beyond you. The angels saw how your love touched people you never met. A kind word spoken years ago still lives in someone's memory. A prayer whispered in secret still covers someone's life. Love is never bound by time. It ripples forward into eternity. And though your love was not always returned, the angels know heaven never lets it go unrewarded. For every embrace denied, heaven offers greater arms. For every kindness overlooked, heaven records eternal credit. Nothing poured in love is ever wasted. That is why the angels marvel. They see the balance sheet of eternity, where love always wins. Your love, chosen one, has also become a shield. The angels saw how it guarded you against bitterness, how it protected you from hatred, how it kept your heart alive when resentment tried to bury it. Love did not just flow out of you, it preserved the essence of who you are. And now, love has crowned you with authority. You can walk into rooms filled with strife and bring peace, not because you demand it, but because you carry it. You can look into eyes hardened by pain and melt them with compassion. The angels marvel because they see heaven's own reflection in your life. So walk boldly in the power of love. It is not weakness, it is your greatest weapon, your strongest shield, your eternal crown. And heaven will continue to marvel because every act of love proves again and again that you are truly chosen. Chosen one. The angels marveled at how you learned to listen, not with your ears alone, but with your spirit. They saw how, in the middle of noise and distraction, you leaned in for the whisper of heaven. To many, silence was frustrating, but to you, silence became a classroom. The angels stood in awe because you developed an ear that could hear what others missed. Listening is more than sound, it is attention, focus, surrender. The angels saw how you trained your heart to pause when the world told you to hurry. They watched as you closed your eyes, breathed deeply, and let heaven's rhythm set your steps. They marveled because such patience is rare, and such attentiveness is the mark of the chosen. As the prophet Elijah spoke, as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 19, verse 12. And after the earthquake, a fire, but the Lord was not in the fire, and after the fire, a still small voice. This scripture came alive in your life. You looked for answers in thunder and earthquakes, but heaven met you in the stillness. The angels knew you were learning the rare art of hearing the small voice. Chosen one. You may not have realized how precious that gift is. Many demand loud signs, obvious miracles, undeniable proofs, but you chose to lean in, to wait for the whisper. That whisper is where heaven reveals secrets, where eternity touches time, where ordinary becomes holy. The angels marveled because they saw you receive truths others would have missed in the noise. Listening shaped you. It softened your heart when bitterness tried to harden it. It gave you peace in storms, clarity in confusion, courage in doubt. The angels saw how, every time you stilled yourself before heaven, strength returned. They rejoiced because they knew you were learning not just to survive, but to thrive in the sound of God's voice. Listening also gave you discernment. The angels saw how you began to distinguish between voices, the lie of fear, the pull of temptation, the weight of despair. You learned to silence them, to wait for the voice that spoke life, hope, and destiny. That is why they marveled, because you became a vessel who could carry clarity into a world drowning in noise. Chosen one. Your ability to hear heaven is not just for you. The angels know this. They saw how your listening became guidance for others. When people came to you confused, your words carried peace. When they sought advice, your wisdom flowed from the quiet moments you spent in stillness. You were not speaking from yourself. You were echoing the whisper you had heard. Think of a shepherd listening for the sound of his sheep, or a child recognizing the voice of their parent in a crowd. That was you. You learned to recognize the voice of heaven above all others. The angels marveled because they knew the intimacy required for such recognition, and they celebrated every time you leaned in for more. Chosen one. You may have doubted yourself. You may have wondered if you truly heard anything at all. But the angels knew. They saw how heaven's whispers changed your steps. They saw how your choices aligned with unseen truths. They marveled because evidence of the voice was written in your life, even when you didn't recognize it yourself. Listening is an act of love. It says, I value your voice above my own. The angels knew this. They marveled because every time you waited, you were saying to God, your word is enough for me. That kind of love is rare, and it carries eternal weight. Now, your listening has become part of your identity. You are not just one who speaks. You are one who hears. And the angels marvel because in a world that shouts, you have chosen to hear the whisper. That whisper is shaping you, guiding you, crowning you. So never despise the stillness. Never doubt the silence. The angels know it is in those moments that heaven speaks loudest. And they will continue to marvel, because every time you choose to listen, you prove again that you are truly chosen. Chosen one. The discipline of listening has made you unshakable. The angels saw how your ear, tuned to heaven, steadied your steps when the ground beneath you trembled. Others panicked, but you posed. Others ran in fear, but you waited. That waiting became your strength. And the angels marveled because they knew what such strength would unlock in your future. Listening has also become your shield. Lies may come, but they cannot penetrate a heart anchored in truth. The angels saw how the whispers of heaven pushed back the noise of despair. They marveled at how you learned to recognize the counterfeit, refusing to let fear define your reality. Each time you chose to believe the still small voice over the loud, destructive ones, you grew more dangerous to darkness. There is beauty too in how listening shaped your compassion, because you have trained yourself to hear heaven. You now hear people differently. The angels rejoice because they saw you lean into the hearts of others, hearing pain hidden behind smiles, catching cries buried beneath silence. Your listening became healing. It was not just ears tuned to heaven, it was ears tuned to humanity. Chosen one. Heaven will continue to entrust secrets to those who know how to listen. The angels know this. They see you as a steward of mysteries, someone who receives what is whispered in eternity and carries it faithfully into time. That is why they marvel, because listening is not just a discipline for you. It has become your mantle, and in the days to come, your ability to hear the whisper will guide many. Some will come lost, some weary, some confused. But the angels already know what you carry, the ability to remind them of heaven's voice in a world that has forgotten how to listen. Chosen one. The angels marveled not just at what you endured, but at what you carried through it all. Hope. Even when hope looked like a fragile thread ready to snap, you clung to it. The angels saw nights when despair whispered louder than faith, mornings when heaviness pressed down like chains, days when you questioned if you could keep going. Yet, somehow, your hope never fully died. That is what astonished them, not that you never struggled, but that you kept holding on. Hope is not denial of pain. The angels saw how deeply you felt it all. They watched tears stain your pillow, prayers fall silent on your lips, your body grow weary from the waiting. But hope is not the absence of brokenness, it is the light that insists on shining through it. And you carried that light, even when it flickered small. The ancient words recorded in the Book of Lamentations, chapter 3, verses 21 to 22 declare, "Yet this I call to mind, and therefore I have hope. Because of the Lord's great love, we are not consumed, for his compassions never fail." The angels saw this scripture breathing through your life. You were pressed, but not consumed. You were crushed, but not abandoned. You were burdened, but never destroyed. Chosen one. Your hope became a weapon. Every time you chose to believe, even weakly, even tremblingly, you struck a blow against despair. The angels marveled because they saw darkness retreat every time you whispered, "I still believe," even when you felt like you had no strength. Hope was waging war inside you, keeping your destiny alive. Hope also became a seed. The angels saw how your tiny glimmers of trust planted roots in the soil of your life. They knew one day those roots would break through as trees of testimony. They saw what you could not see, that the very moments when hope felt dead were the moments when it was quietly taking deeper hold. Chosen one. Your hope was not just for you. The angels saw how it spilled into others. Someone who watched you endure found courage to keep believing. Someone who heard your story caught a spark for themselves. Someone who crossed your path felt a warmth they could not explain. That was your hope burning quietly, spreading life where it was needed. Hope is eternal. It reaches beyond circumstances, beyond time, beyond what your eyes can see. The angels marveled because they knew your hope was anchored not in shifting seasons, but in the unshakable heart of heaven, and that anchor held you when storms raged hardest. And now, heaven invites you to declare it openly. Seal what the angels already know. Comment the number 444 right now. Why 444? Because in the language of heaven, this number represents stability, foundation, and divine alignment. By writing 444, you are declaring that your hope is no longer fragile, it is anchored. You are saying, "My foundation is sure, my faith is steady, my future is secure." You are testifying that even though storms have shaken you, you will not be moved, because your hope is built on rock, not sand. When you comment 444, you are not just typing digits, you are speaking alignment into your life. You are building a memorial stone in the Spirit, saying, "Here is where I chose to anchor my hope." You are agreeing with the angels who marveled at your resilience, proclaiming that the hope they saw in you is now your banner. Chosen one. The angels rejoice over such declarations. They saw your nights of despair. Now they see your rising with steady hope. They know heaven is aligning things in your life, setting stones beneath your feet so you will not stumble. And they celebrate because they see the testimony being sealed by your own words. Hope has always been your secret strength. The angels saw it. Heaven recorded it. And now, your declaration will release it in fullness. Your future is not fragile, it is anchored. Your story is not ending in despair, it is unfolding in glory. Chosen one. Hope is not just a feeling, it is a posture. The angels saw how you stood, even when everything around you told you to collapse. They marveled because hope bent your knees in prayer when despair told you to give up. They saw you choose to rise again and again. And every rise was a declaration that you were not finished. Hope also became your map. When you could not see the whole road, hope gave you enough light for the next step. The angels were astonished because they saw how heaven guided you one step at a time. Like a lantern in the night, you may not have seen the entire journey, but the light of hope was always enough to keep walking. And hope, chosen one, reshaped your identity. You stopped seeing yourself as a victim of pain and began to see yourself as a vessel of promise. The angels rejoiced because they saw you trade the ashes of yesterday for the crown of tomorrow. Hope changed not only how you saw your future, but how you saw yourself in the mirror. There is also power in how your hope resisted despair. The angels saw darkness throw its fiercest storms at you, whispering that nothing would ever change. Yet you refused to bow. Even when your hope was a flicker, it was still defiance. That flicker said, "I may not see it yet, but I believe something is coming." And that defiance broke chains in the unseen realm. Finally, hope crowned you with authority for others. You can now walk into hopeless places and bring a different atmosphere. You can speak to those who want to give up, and your words will carry weight. Because you have lived through nights of despair, the angels marvel. Because your testimony is not theoretical, it is embodied. Hope lives in you, and wherever you go, it will awaken in others. So hold fast. Chosen one, your hope has already shaken heavens and silenced darkness. And the angels will continue to marvel because they know this truth. A chosen one anchored in hope cannot be stopped. Chosen one. The angels marveled not only at what you endured, but at how you carried light into places that had no light. They saw how you stepped into rooms heavy with despair. And simply by being there, something shifted. They watched as you spoke, words that seemed ordinary to you, but to someone else, they were lifelines. You may not have seen your impact, but heaven saw every ripple. Carrying light is costly. The angels saw how you had to walk through your own nights before you could shine for others. They knew how much it hurt, how much it drained you, how often you questioned if you had anything left to give. And yet, you gave anyway. That giving is what shocked them most. It was love, disguised as endurance, service hidden in survival. The Word of God declares in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 16, "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." This was not just ink on a page, it became your story. The angels saw you embody these words when you shone quietly, faithfully, without demanding recognition. But here is the beauty. Light multiplies when it is shared. A single candle can ignite another, and together they illuminate the whole room. Chosen one, your light was never meant to burn alone. The angels know the fullness of your impact will only be seen when it joins with the light of others. That is why I must pause here and speak gently to your heart. When you like this message, you are not just touching a screen, you are fanning a flame. Each like is a spark, and sparks ignite other fires. Somewhere, someone in darkness may find their first flicker because of your spark. When you share, it is like opening a window in a stuffy room. Fresh air rushes in, and suddenly, those who could not breathe find relief. Your share becomes oxygen for souls gasping in silence. You may never know their names, but heaven records the breath they take because of you. When you subscribe, it is like planting your roots by a river, alone. A tree can grow, but when many trees line the riverbanks, they protect the soil, provide shade, and create a place where others can find rest. Subscribing is not about numbers, it is about saying, "I will stay rooted so that others can find shade in this forest of light." The angels see these acts not as routine gestures but as seeds of unity. They marvel when chosen ones align together, because they know what happens. Streams become rivers, sparks become bonfires, whispers become songs that echo across nations. Chosen one, you have carried light through your storms. Now imagine how much brighter it becomes when others join. Every like, every share, every subscription is a choice to multiply the flame. And multiplication is the language of heaven. It is how one testimony becomes many, how one voice becomes a choir, how one light becomes a sunrise. Do not see this as pressure, see it as beauty. Just as you were never forced to endure, you are never forced to respond. Heaven never coerces, it always invites. That is why these small actions matter so much. They are chosen, not demanded, and chosen acts carry eternal weight. The angels marvel because they know the power of voluntary unity. They saw you endure alone, and now they watch as your endurance inspires others to rise. Your voice, your light, your presence here is proof that no act is too small, no flame too dim, no spark too weak. So let your heart decide. Like, share, subscribe, not because you must, but because you want your light to join with others. Let it be a declaration that says, "My flame is not mine alone. It belongs to a greater fire. And remember this, heaven is recording. The angels are rejoicing. They saw your endurance, shock them. Now they see your willingness to shine. And it brings them joy. For every spark added, every flame joined, is another sign that darkness cannot win. Chosen one, your light has already made the angels marvel. Now let it multiply, together, with countless other flames. It will not just shock heaven, it will shake the earth. Chosen one, light has a way of traveling farther than you expect. The angels have seen how even the smallest spark you carried has crossed borders, entered hearts, and awakened lives you will never meet on this side of eternity. What seemed like a quiet glow to you became a torch in someone else's darkness. Your decision to keep shining has not only saved you, it has saved others. The angels marveled because they knew what was at stake. Every time you refused to hide your light, you made a way for someone else to see again. That is legacy, and heaven treasures it. Light also reveals truth. The angels saw how your presence exposed lies, not with arguments, but with authenticity. You didn't need to shout, you simply needed to shine. And in that shining, confusion lost its grip. Fear began to retreat, and hope returned. Now imagine, chosen one, what happens when flames gather? A bonfire does more than warm, it signals. It tells those lost in the night that there is a place of safety ahead. That is what your unity with others creates, not just light, but a beacon. The angels rejoice because they know many will be guided home by the glow. So continue to shine boldly, without apology. Your flame has already shocked the angels by surviving storms. Now it inspires them by multiplying into something greater than yourself. And they know this truth. What has begun as a spark in your hands will one day blaze as a fire across nations. Chosen one. The angels marveled when they saw how you refused to stay silent. They saw how words of truth rose from you, even when your voice trembled. They knew how heavy it was to speak light in the middle of darkness, how costly it was to stand for what is right when it would have been easier to hide. And still, you spoke. That courage shocked them more than anything else. Words are not just sounds, they are seeds. The angels saw how you planted them in conversations, in prayers, in moments when you thought no one heard. But heaven heard, and heaven multiplied those seeds. The angels marveled because they knew the harvest your words would bring in generations yet to come. As the prophet Isaiah declared in the book of Isaiah, chapter 55, verse 11, "So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire and achieve the purpose for which I sent it." This truth was alive in you. Even when your words seemed to fall flat, the angels saw them taking root. Chosen one. The enemy tried to silence you because he knew the power you carried. He whispered lies that said your words did not matter, that no one was listening, that your prayers vanished into the air. But heaven knew better. The angels marveled every time you spoke again, because they saw what you could not. Your words were striking blows in the unseen realm. Think of a lighthouse sending signals across stormy seas. The ship in the distance may never meet the keeper of the light, but those signals guide it safely to shore. That is what your words have been, guidance for those lost in storms. Even when you never knew they were listening, your words also healed. The angels saw tears dry because of what you spoke. They saw fear lift because of a single sentence you whispered. They saw hope ignite because you dared to speak life when silence would have been easier. That is why they marveled, because your words carried the breath of heaven. Chosen one. Now is the time to seal this truth with your own declaration. Comment the words, "I carry fire." Why this phrase? Because it is short, but it is powerful. By writing, "I carry fire," you are declaring that your words are not empty, they are flame. They burn away lies. They light the path for the lost. They warm the cold hearts around you. You are proclaiming that silence will not hold you, because you were chosen to speak life. This act is not just a comment, it is agreement with heaven. It is the angel's testimony written through your own hand. It is a sword placed in your mouth, a flame placed on your tongue. When you declare, "I carry fire," you align yourself with the very truth that made the angels marvel. And when others see your words, they too will be ignited. Just as one torch lights another, your declaration will awaken courage in those who read it. The angels rejoice because they know that fire multiplies quickly. What starts in you will not stay in you. It will spread. Chosen one. Your words are not ordinary. They are weapons, healing balms, guiding lights, and holy fire. The angels saw this long before you did, and they continue to marvel every time you choose to speak instead of staying silent. So rise in your authority. Speak boldly. Declare freely. You carry fire, and nothing in darkness can extinguish it. The angels will keep watching, not in shock anymore, but in celebration, as your words shape lives, shift atmospheres, and testify that you are truly chosen one. Fire is never silent. It always crackles, always spreads, always demands attention. That is why the angels marveled at your voice. Even when it shook, it still carried flame. Even when it was soft, it still carried power. Fire does not need to be loud to transform everything it touches. Your words have been quiet, flames that have changed more than you realize. Fire also purifies. The angels saw how your words burned away lies, not just for others, but for yourself. Each time you spoke truth over your own life, something false lost its grip. Each time you declared light in the middle of darkness, the chains that tried to silence you weakened. That is why the angels rejoiced, because they saw freedom coming, not through swords or armies, but through the fire of your words. And fire warms. The angels noticed how your words carried comfort. A single phrase, a whispered prayer, a gentle encouragement became like a blanket for someone shivering in despair. You did not always see the effect, but heaven did. Your voice was warmth in the cold night, and the angels marveled because even in your own struggles, you shared fire with others. Chosen one. Fire also spreads faster than you imagine. The angels saw sparks leap from your words into the hearts of others. What began as a flicker in you became a blaze in someone else. And though you may never see the fullness of it, the angels do. They see how your words will echo into generations, burning long after you are gone. So, hold this truth deeply. Your fire is not fragile. It is sustained by heaven, multiplied by heaven, and guarded by heaven. The angels marvel still because they know what darkness tried to silence is the very thing God is using to light the world. Every word you speak carries eternal weight, and every spark you release is part of a greater flame that cannot be quenched. Chosen one, never despise the flame you carry. The angels did not marvel at its size, they marveled that it never went out. And now they watch as your fire grows, fed by heaven's breath, unstoppable in its reach. What was once a spark in the dark is becoming a wildfire of light. Your words are not finished. Your fire is not done. And heaven itself leans close to see what you will ignite next. Chosen one, the angels marveled at how you carried peace into places where chaos ruled. They saw the storms swirling around you, the conflicts pressing in, the confusion trying to drown you. Yet somehow, within you, there was a calm that did not come from the world. It was fragile at times, but it was real. That calm became a shield, and the angels knew it was heaven's gift working through you. Peace is not the absence of storms. The angels saw this truth alive in you. Storms never stopped, waves never ceased, winds kept howling. But in the middle of it, you discovered a silence deeper than noise, a stillness stronger than conflict. That is what astonished heaven. Not that you avoided chaos, but that you carried peace within chaos. Scripture says, in the Gospel of John, chapter 14, verse 27, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not be afraid." The angels saw this peace become your reality. They saw how, when fear screamed, your spirit whispered, "Trust." When anxiety rose, your faith anchored. When confusion spread, you remained steady. Chosen one. The angels rejoiced because they knew the power of peace. They saw how it disarmed darkness. The enemy thrives in chaos, feeds on fear, and multiplies confusion. But peace suffocates him. Each time you chose peace instead of panic, the angels saw a victory unfold. That is why your calm shocked them. It was a battlefield, and you won it quietly. Peace also became your authority. The angels marveled at how people near you felt safer. Kalmir, Stedia. You did not always notice, but your presence shifted atmospheres. Peace flowed from you like a river, touching those around you. It was not your strength alone, it was heaven's strength inside you. Think of a harbor in a storm. Ships tossed by waves find safety when anchored there. That is what your peace became for others. The angels saw weary souls rest in your presence, not because circumstances changed, but because you carried a stillness that reminded them heaven was near. Chosen one. Peace was also your survival. The angels saw how close despair came, how near anxiety lingered, how heavy fear pressed on you. Yet you fought back with stillness. Sometimes you fought by pausing to breathe, sometimes by praying through tears, sometimes by saying nothing at all and simply waiting. The angels marveled because every act of stillness was an act of war in the unseen. Peace does not always shout. Often, it whispers, but those whispers echoed in eternity. The angels knew what you did not. That peace was keeping your heart alive when chaos wanted to kill it. Your peace is also a prophecy. The angels see the days ahead and know that your calm will guide others. Many will run to you in panic, and your presence will steady them. Many will collapse under pressure, and your peace will revive them. What you carry is not just for you, it is a mantle for others. Chosen one. Do not underestimate this gift. The angels never did. They saw how your peace frustrated the plans of darkness. They saw how it silenced lies and anchored wandering hearts. They knew it was not just an emotion, but a weapon. That is why they marveled, because you fought not with fists or fury, but with calmness rooted in heaven. Peace crowned you in the unseen realm. The angels rejoiced because they knew few people carry this mantle. To walk in storms yet remain unshaken is rare. To hold stillness when everything screams chaos is extraordinary. And that is what they saw in you. So, walk forward in confidence. Peace is not fragile, it is fire wrapped in stillness. Power clothed in gentleness. Victory disguised as calm. The angels will continue to marvel, because your peace is proof that heaven reigns within you. No matter what surrounds you, chosen one. Peace is not passive, it is active resistance. The angels marveled because they saw you choose peace when panic would have been natural. Each time you did, you were standing on a battlefield and refusing to let the enemy dictate the terms of war. Your stillness was not surrender, it was defiance. Peace is also contagious. The angels saw how it spread like fragrance from you to others. A calm word you spoke became a lifeline to someone drowning in worry. A steady gaze became strength for someone ready to break. You did not always know it, but you were carrying heaven's atmosphere into places suffocated by fear. That atmosphere did more than comfort, it shifted destinies. The angels also noticed how peace became your compass. When chaos pressed in with too many choices, peace showed you the way. It was the quiet assurance in your heart that said, "This is the path." It did not shout directions, it simply settled over the right choice. And every time you followed that stillness, heaven rejoiced, because you were aligning with divine guidance. Peace is like a river. It flows. It refreshes. It carries life wherever it goes. The angels saw how your river never dried up, even in drought. Sometimes it slowed. Sometimes it looked shallow, but it never disappeared. And because of that, countless souls found water to drink from your overflow. That is why they marveled, because in you, heaven's river flowed, even in wilderness. So remember this. Chosen one, peace is your inheritance, your mantle, your shield. It is not fragile. It cannot be stolen. It is anchored in the one who never changes. The angels will continue to marvel, not because storms vanish, but because storms no longer define you. Your peace will outlast them all. And through you, others will learn how to live unshaken, chosen one. Let every breath remind you that peace is power. The angels marvel still, for they see storms that once terrified you now bow before the calm within you. And this calm will not fade, it will guide, guard, and glorify your journey forever. Chosen one. The angels marveled when they saw how you carried joy through sorrow. They witnessed the heaviness pressing down on your shoulders, the tears hidden behind your smile, the nights when grief soaked your pillow. Yet, in the midst of all of it, you found moments to laugh, to sing, to smile through pain. That joy was not denial, it was defiance. It was proof that darkness could wound you, but never own you. Joy is not the same as happiness. Happiness depends on circumstances, but joy flows from something deeper. The angels saw how your joy was born not of fleeting moments, but of an eternal wellspring inside you. They knew that even when circumstances stripped away comfort, your joy remained. That is what shocked them most. Not that you laughed when things were easy, but that you chose joy when things were breaking. As the apostle reminds us in the letter to the Philippians, chapter 4, verse 4, "Rejoice in the Lord always. I will say it again, rejoice." These words were alive in you. The angels saw your rejoicing not as shallow optimism, but as faith in motion. Every smile became a sermon. Every song in the night became a declaration that despair would not win. Chosen one, your joy was not loud at all times. Sometimes it was quiet, just enough to keep your spirit breathing. Sometimes it was as small as noticing beauty in a sunrise, hearing laughter in children, or whispering gratitude for another day. Yet those small moments echoed loudly in heaven. The angels marveled because your quiet joy carried the strength of an army. Joy also healed you. The angels saw how moments of laughter stitched wounds in your soul, how gratitude lifted heavy weights, how delight in simple things softened the ache of loss. They knew your joy was medicine, not only for you, but for those who walked near you. Someone found hope again because they saw you smile through tears. Someone remembered light because your laughter broke their silence. Think of joy like a lantern in a cave. The darkness is real. The shadows surround you. But even a small light changes everything. That was your joy. It did not erase sorrow, but it transformed the space around it. The angels marveled because they saw darkness flee at the sound of your joy. Chosen one, joy is also strength. The angels knew what was written in the scrolls of Nehemiah. The joy of the Lord is your strength. They saw this truth living in you. When despair drained your energy, joy became your fuel. When heaviness pressed down, joy lifted you. When everything told you to quit, joy gave you one more step. Your joy also became prophetic. It was not laughter for the present moment. It was laughter for what was coming. The angels saw how your joy pointed to future promises, how it declared victory before battles ended, how it shouted hope before answers arrived. They marveled because joy was your way of prophesying, this is not the end. Chosen one, you may not realize how powerful your joy is. The angels do. They saw how it silenced the enemy, how it confused darkness, how it lifted burdens. Joy was not weakness, it was warfare. Every laugh was a strike, every smile a shield, every song a weapon, and the angels rejoiced with you, because your joy became heaven's song on earth. Even now, your joy is shaping your journey. It is crowning you with resilience, surrounding you with strength, filling you with light. The angels marvel because they know your joy is not just for survival, it is for triumph. And they will keep rejoicing every time you choose joy again. For it is proof that you are truly chosen one. Joy is not just an emotion, it is a declaration of identity. The angels marveled because they saw that even when you felt broken, your joy reminded creation that you belonged to heaven. Every time you smiled, even through pain, you were saying to the unseen world, I am still his, and nothing can take that from me. Your joy was also a seed of resilience. The angels saw how, in moments when despair wanted to swallow you, a single spark of joy was enough to shift the atmosphere. One thankful thought, one whispered song, one small smile planted roots that grew into courage. They marveled because those small acts were mighty victories, more powerful than any army. And your joy, chosen one, became a light to others in hidden ways. Someone who had lost all hope noticed your laughter and thought, "Maybe I can make it too." Someone who was drowning in sorrow saw your resilience and felt their own heart beat stronger. You never saw all the lives your joy touched, but the angels did. They marveled because heaven multiplies what seems insignificant on earth. Joy also trained your vision. The angels noticed how it allowed you to see beauty even in ashes, promise even in pain, life even in loss. You were not blind to suffering. You simply chose not to let it define everything. Your joy sharpened your sight, and with it, you began to see as heaven sees. That is why the angels rejoiced, because they knew you were walking in eternal perspective. So never despise the joy that rises in you. Even if it feels small, it is not foolish, it is sacred. The angels will keep marveling every time you choose to rejoice, because they know what joy truly means. It is heaven alive in you, stronger than sorrow, louder than despair, brighter than the darkest night. Chosen one. Joy has always been your hidden crown. The angels marveled because they saw how it never slipped from your head. Even when storms tried to knock it away, joy kept reminding you that sorrow was temporary and glory eternal. Every laugh, every smile, every moment of delight became incense rising before heaven. The angels breathed it in and rejoiced, because they knew this fragrance could not be fabricated. It was born of truth. Your joy was not fragile, it was fire, and it will keep burning as long as heaven itself reigns. Chosen one. The angels marveled when they saw how forgiveness flowed from you. They knew what it cost. They saw the betrayal, the wounds, the disappointments that dug deep into your heart. They witnessed the words spoken against you, the actions that left scars, the trust that was broken, and yet, instead of holding on to bitterness, you released it. That release shocked heaven, not because it was demanded of you, but because it was chosen by you. Forgiveness is not easy. The angels knew the weight you carried. They saw nights when anger burned hot, days when resentment clung to you like chains. They saw how natural it would have been to hold on to offense, but you let go. And in letting go, you revealed a strength greater than revenge. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 6, verse 14, "For if you forgive other people when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you." The angels saw this scripture embodied in your life. They knew forgiveness was not just about releasing others, it was about freeing yourself. Each act of forgiveness was a key that unlocked your own chains. Chosen one. Forgiveness is warfare. The enemy thrives in bitterness, multiplies hatred, and builds strongholds through offense. But every time you forgave, those strongholds crumbled. The angels marveled because they saw entire battles won in silence. Victories claimed, not with fists or swords, but with grace whispered in your heart. Forgiveness is also healing. The angels watched wounds close when you released what was done to you. They saw scars soften, pain lose its sting, and peace flow back into places once dominated by anger. They marveled because healing is not always found in miracles of touch, but in choices of the heart. Think of forgiveness like pouring fresh water into a polluted stream. Slowly, the toxins wash away. The water clears, and life can thrive again. That is what your forgiveness did not only for you, but for others touched by your choice. The angels also noticed how your forgiveness became testimony. Someone who thought it was impossible to forgive looked at your life and saw proof. Someone who believed bitterness was their destiny caught a glimpse of freedom through you. Your act of release echoed into others, planting seeds of healing in places you could not see. Chosen one. Forgiveness was not weakness. It was the deepest form of strength. It said, "You do not control me anymore. What was done to me will not define me. My future is bigger than my pain." The angels marveled because such strength can only come from heaven itself. Forgiveness also aligned you with eternity. The angels knew it, connected you to the very heart of God. To forgive is to reflect heaven. It is to mirror the cross, where mercy triumphed over judgment. Each time you forgave, you stepped closer into that divine likeness. That is why the angels sang, they saw heaven alive in you. And though forgiveness cost you much, it returned more. The angels rejoiced because they knew freedom was flooding your spirit. Chains fell, burdens lifted, peace entered. What seemed like loss became gain. What felt like surrender became victory. What hurt you once became the very evidence of your chosenness. Chosen one. Forgiveness was never about forgetting the wound. It was about redeeming it. The angels marveled because they saw redemption unfolding in your story. They knew your scars were not erased, but transformed into proof that love wins. So, walk forward with this truth. Your forgiveness is eternal. Heaven saw it. The angels recorded it. And eternity will testify of it. You have chosen the harder road, the higher way, the divine response. And because of that, your life will forever carry the fragrance of mercy. Chosen one. Forgiveness is a river that keeps flowing. The angels marveled because they saw that your decision to release others was not a single act, but a stream that continues day after day. Each time bitterness tried to rise again, you chose to let the river wash it away. That steady current is what has kept your heart alive and soft. Forgiveness also breaks cycles. The angels knew that without forgiveness, pain is passed from one generation to the next, like an inheritance of chains. But in choosing release, you stopped that cycle. You said, "The wound ends here. The bitterness will not flow forward." Heaven rejoiced because they saw futures rewritten by your choice, and forgiveness has opened you to joy again. The angels saw how laughter returned to your spirit when anger was gone. They noticed how your smile grew brighter when you laid down offense. Forgiveness cleared space in your heart where light could enter again. That is why they marveled, because they knew joy and peace can only thrive where bitterness has no root. Forgiveness, chosen one, has also crowned you with wisdom. The angels saw how it sharpened your discernment. You now recognize pain in others more quickly, and you offer grace more freely, because you know what it feels like to be wounded. That wisdom makes you a healer, a safe place, a reflection of the mercy heaven treasures. So let this truth anchor you. Forgiveness is not the end of your story, it is the gateway to greater glory. The angels still marvel because they see how heaven has used your release to unlock destiny. Not only for you, but for countless others who will find freedom because you chose mercy. Your scars are not reminders of betrayal. They are reminders that you conquered through love. Chosen one. The angels marveled most at this. You never stopped believing. Through storms, through silence, through betrayal, through loss, through waiting, through countless nights that seemed endless, you still believed. It was not perfect belief, not unshaken every moment. Sometimes your faith wavered. Sometimes your hands trembled. Sometimes your heart whispered doubts louder than prayers. Yet still, you held on. That fragile, flickering belief became a fire that even heaven stood in awe of. Faith is not measured in how loudly you declare it, but in how faithfully you live it when no one is watching. The angels saw you walk when your legs felt heavy, pray when words barely formed, breathe when despair pressed on your chest. That was faith, not grand speeches, not dazzling miracles, but the stubborn refusal to quit when everything told you to. As it is written in the book of Hebrews, chapter 11, verse 1. Now faith is confidence in what we hope for and assurance about what we do not see. The angels saw this truth alive in you. They watched you, hope against hope, trust against reason, and believe even when nothing changed. That is why they marveled, not because you had no doubts, but because you dared to keep faith alive through them. Chosen one, faith has been your anchor. The angels saw how storms pulled, but you did not drift. Winds howled, but you stayed steady. Waves crashed, but you remained. Your anchor was not in circumstances, but in the one who never shifts. That anchor is what shocked the angels most. They knew you should have been swept away, but you held fast. Faith also became your vision. The angels saw how you looked at barren ground and still expected harvest. They watched you gaze at locked doors and still expect openings. They saw you look at empty skies and still expect rain. That vision was not denial of reality, it was alignment with heaven's reality. And they marveled, because your eyes saw what most could not. Faith was also your inheritance. The angels rejoiced because they knew you were walking in the legacy of those who came before Abraham, who left everything for a promise. Moses, who stepped into seas. David, who faced giants. And now, your name is written alongside theirs as one who believed when believing seemed impossible. Chosen one. Your faith did not just carry you, it carried others. Someone saw you stand when you should have fallen, and they found courage. Someone heard your testimony and realized they could keep going. Someone walked beside you and felt stronger because of your steady trust. The angels marveled because your faith was never just personal, it was generational, contagious, multiplying in ways you never saw. And though faith cost you much, it gave you more. The angels saw how it broke chains, silenced lies, and shattered fear. They knew your faith was not weak, it was war. Every time you chose to trust instead of despair, heaven advanced and hell retreated. That is why the angels marveled, because your quiet choices shifted eternity. Faith is also your crown. The angels see it forming even now. Invisible yet radiant. One day, it will shine in full glory when you hear the words, "Well done." But even now, they rejoice because your faith has already proven its worth. It was tested, refined, stretched, and pressed, and it endured. Chosen one. Your faith tells the story of heaven on earth. It speaks of endurance, resilience, hope, and triumph. It shouts louder than pain, sings louder than despair, and shines brighter than darkness. The angels marvel still, not because you are flawless, but because you are faithful, and faithfulness is the truest mark of the chosen, So walk forward with confidence. Your journey has been written in eternity. Your faith has become your testimony, and the angels will never stop marveling, because they know you believed, you endured, and you finished the race set before you. Chosen one. Faith has been the melody of your life. The angels marveled because they heard it when no one else did. Your song was not always loud. Sometimes it was barely a whisper, trembling in the shadows, but it was still music to heaven. Even in brokenness, your faith sang, and heaven leaned closer to listen. Your faith was also the bridge between who you were and who you are becoming. The angels saw how every step of trust carried you across valleys you thought would consume you. They knew that without faith, you would have stopped in the middle of the wilderness. But with it, you crossed over into promises waiting for you. That is why they marveled, because faith turned impossible journeys into testimony. And faith, chosen one, carved courage into your heart. The angels noticed how it changed the way you stood. Where fear once bent your shoulders, faith lifted your head. Where despair tried to bow you low, faith strengthened your spine. Your posture became a sermon, I will not break. Because I believe, the angels marveled at how visible your invisible trust became. Faith has also given you language for others. The angels saw how your testimony became words of life for those struggling to believe. You could tell them, I've seen storms too, but I know the one who calms them. And those words carried weight because they were born from fire. Your faith became not just a shield for you, but a shelter for many. So let this truth rest deeply in your spirit. Your faith has never been wasted. The angels will continue to marvel at it, because they know it is shaping eternity. Your belief is rewriting stories, shifting atmospheres, and leaving a legacy that will outlast you. And in the end, when all is revealed, your faith will shine brighter than the stars, testifying forever that you were truly chosen. Chosen one. The journey through these words has not been an accident. You did not stumble here by chance. Every moment has been part of a tapestry. Heaven is weaving around you. The angels have leaned close, watching with awe, marveling not just at what you survived, but at who you have become. You carried pain, but you did not let pain carry you. You bore scars, but those scars turned into testimonies. You faced storms, but storms could not define you. And now, as you stand here at the threshold, you are proof that endurance and grace have written your story. This is not the end. It is the opening of a greater chapter. Every step you have taken, every tear you shed, every breath you chose to keep breathing has been gathered into eternity. And heaven sings over you, chosen, marked, crowned. The angels saw how your endurance became fire. They saw how your hope became light. They saw how your forgiveness became healing. And they marveled, because these were not just survival tactics, they were holy acts that rewrote destinies. Now, I want to speak to your heart about something beautiful, the power of unity. No flame was ever meant to burn in isolation. A single light can shine. Yes, but when lights join, the darkness retreats faster. The warmth spreads wider. The path becomes clearer. When you like this message, it is more than a tap. It is a footprint left on sacred ground. It says, I was here. I have heard. I bear witness. Every like is a stone laid on a path, making it easier for others to follow. When you share, it is like opening a window in a suffocating room. Fresh air rushes in, and suddenly, someone who thought they could not breathe feels life return. You may not know who will receive it, but heaven knows, and heaven rejoices. When you comment, your words are not just words. They are seeds planted into soil long after you type them. They may grow into shade for someone weary, fruit for someone hungry, or beauty for someone who thought the ground of their life was barren. And when you subscribe, it is not just joining a channel, it is joining a caravan on a long journey, alone. The desert is unbearable, but together, songs rise by the fire, burdens are shared, and no one is left behind. Subscription is not numbers, it is a declaration of belonging, of walking side by side, chosen one. Heaven rejoices not in numbers, but in unity. Every act of agreement, whether a like, a share, a comment, or a subscription, is oil poured into lamps. It keeps the flame alive, ensures the fire spreads, and makes sure no one's light is lost in the wind. And do not forget this: you are not forgotten. You are not random. You are not replaceable. You are chosen. You are the one whose story has made angels marvel, whose scars have become crowns, whose voice has become fire, whose endurance has become testimony. The best is not behind you. The best is before you. The angels lean forward, eager to see what comes next, because they know your journey is not about endings, it is about beginnings. And as you step into this next chapter, your choices today: to stand, to shine, to unite, will echo into eternity. So walk boldly, chosen one. Let your light burn. Let your fire spread. Let your voice rise. And let every act, small or great, become part of the greater story heaven has written for you. For the angels are still watching, still marveling, still singing the truth that cannot be erased. You are, and forever will be, God's chosen one,